Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Deadly Evidence by Larry A. Winters. Narrated by Exie Sands. 1. Russell Lanford could hear the heavy thuds and clanks of the guns bumping together inside the nylon duffel bag, and he wondered if he should have wrapped the guns in paper towels or something. There was no real guide to this, unfortunately. He knew. He'd looked for one online. The problem was, most people who did what he was about to do didn't have time to speak their last words, much less pen a how-to manual. They made their final statements with hot lead. He slowed his gait and held his arms straighter in an attempt to minimize the swing of the bag. The last thing he needed was for one of the guns to discharge in the bag before he'd even arrived at the school. All of them were loaded. That had seemed prudent to him when he'd packed his bag in his bedroom, but now it made him nervous. As his online friend, True Man, liked to say, he'd only have one chance at this. He smiled grimly as he imagined the headline: "Teenager shoots himself in the leg en route to mass killing." He passed through the gate from the street to the grounds of the illustrious Stevens Academy. There were no metal detectors, no security officers. Stevens Academy wasn't that kind of school, after all. It was a private school for good kids, well-off kids, which Russell understood to mean kids whose parents weren't rich but had just enough money to get ripped off by sending their children to a fascist hellhole masquerading as an institution of learning. Usually a guy named Cody Napier stood at the gate, but he was more of a crossing guard than anything else, and Russell knew that Mr. Napier liked to take a smoke break at 4 p.m. every afternoon, and he had to do that in the loading dock on the other side of the school. It was 4:06 now, and Mr. Napier was nowhere to be seen. Passing the gate, he heard the sounds, carried by the breeze, of his fellow students. The school day, for which Russell had called in sick, was over. Now was the time that the campus buzzed with after-school activities: sports, newspaper, debate club, and a bunch of lame shit the kids did in an effort to beef up their college applications. Because, having straight A's ain't shit, unless you also play on the varsity fencing team. Russell strayed from the cobblestone path leading to the school building. He inhaled the scent of recently cut grass as he crossed a vivid green lawn toward the athletic fields behind the school. It never ceased to impress him as an amazing contrast, emerging from the gritty, noisy city of Philadelphia and into this rarefied, cloistered greenery. As a freshman, he'd felt lucky, privileged to be here. Fast forward 3 years of living the life of a second-class citizen, a loser, a freak, and all he wanted to do was tear it all apart. The duffel bag seemed to clank in agreement. It was autumn, slightly chilly. The crisp breeze carried their voices to him as he neared the field where the cheerleaders practiced their routines. The bleachers were vacant, and he caught himself worrying that if he sat there, he'd stand out. Usually he did everything possible to avoid notice, to blend in, disappear. But now, why fucking bother? He marched straight to the bleachers, heaved the unwieldy duffel bag onto a bench, and sat beside it. His arm throbbed from the effort of carrying the duffel. He massaged the ropey muscles of his arm and let his labored breathing return to normal. He was in position, but he was not in a hurry. Not yet. As soon as he unzipped the gray Nike bag, then he would be in a hurry. Then every second would count as the police roared toward him, converging on this field at this school. He could imagine their confused radio communications now. Stephen, who's what, where? As they used their GPS units to locate this shit-speck high school that otherwise didn't even exist in the consciousness of most Philadelphians. But the place would be world-famous soon enough. Stevens Academy, grades 9 through 12, 994 students minus the recently departed. Good old Stevens Academy, joining Columbine, Sandy Hook, and Umpqua Community College in the Hall of Fame. He watched the girls. Long hair, tight, perfect bodies. The red and white cheerleader uniforms left little to the imagination. But more than their shapely thighs and perky breasts, Russell found his gaze drawn to their faces. There was something about their expressions, happy, smug, confident, that caused his chest to clench painfully. He hated them. They were so entitled, so proud of themselves, so sure that they deserved every happiness in life just because of the genetic accident of being born pretty. They didn't view their beauty as good fortune or luck They viewed it as the natural order. Of course they were beautiful. Of course they were superior. Of course they would enjoy the privileges of popularity in high school, parties, boyfriends, the favoritism of teachers, followed by leisure and luxury later on. BMW, SUVs, $1,000 watches, gleaming kitchens they didn't use. When they married men of means, like their fathers, like his. These cheerleaders would never know loneliness or pain or a hard day's work. They were above all that. The world was a fucked up place, and it was all because of girls, of women, like these pretty little bitches. His body vibrated with the energy of pent-up rage. He moved one shaking arm toward the zipper of the Nike duffel bag and pulled. The metal teeth parted with a low, zipping sound, revealing the shadowy space inside. Sunlight glinted off a black metal surface within. The Taurus 9mm? The Bushmaster 223 semi-auto? Where to begin? Where to begin? Hey! His hand jumped away from the bag. Miss Carenza, the cheerleading coach, had one hand up to her forehead to shade her eyes, and the other hand clamped angrily to her hip as she stared up at him. "What do you think you're doing?" she said. The girls all turned to look at him. He saw expressions of annoyance, mostly, as if the intrusion of a lesser being, a loser, a geek, a beta male, into their exclusive and sacred space were an effrontery against nature. "I'm talking to you," Miss Carenza said. The woman's expression was severe, her features hatchet-like. Unlike her charges, Miss Carenza had not been blessed with a pretty face or a great body. Or maybe she had been. He supposed age robbed many women of their youthful beauty. Maybe he'd be doing some of these bitches a favor, sparing them from the eventual pain of realizing that what they'd assumed to be their God-given birthright was, in fact, fleeting and temporary, squandered in youth. "Stay cool," Truman had said, "no matter what." Russell said, "I'm just sitting here." "I see that. And you're making my team uncomfortable. You're making me uncomfortable. This isn't a show. Please leave." Russell's hand dropped into the duffel bag. His heartbeat kicked up a notch as his fingers slid over the hard, cold steel shapes inside. His index finger eased inside the loop of a trigger guard, and his hand curled around the textured stock of the grip, a motion that felt surprisingly natural, surprisingly right. He didn't even know which weapon he'd grasped until his hand came out of the bag with the Beretta Neos rimfire pistol, Dad's favorite. The .22 caliber handgun's sleek, futuristic barrel caught briefly on the zipper. With a tug, Russell yanked it free. Like all the guns in the bag, he'd loaded it with a full mag and chambered one round. This baby was ready to rock. He barely noticed the look of horror that twisted Ms. Carenza's face. He was already aiming down the sights at Maddie Nesbitt. Blonde hair, blue eyes, star of untold masturbatory fantasies. He aimed for center mass, admiring the swell of her chest, even as his grip tightened on the gun and his finger pulled the trigger. His aim was slightly off. He'd never been the best marksman, despite many trips to the target range with his father. But no harm done. Blood burst from her throat, and she flew backward as if flicked across the field by a giant. She landed in the dirt. Her cheerleader skirt flicked up to reveal her perfect thighs. The blast of the gunshot faded, and there was a moment when all was silent, except for a little gurgle as Maddie choked to death on her own blood. Then her sounds were overwhelmed by the screaming of the others. Go time. At this point, it all came down to math. Stevens Academy's cheerleading squad boasted 16 cheerleaders. He'd knocked one down, and a series of quick, well-placed shots would take down the other 15, and the coach, because fuck that bitch, too, before the cops arrived and ended him. The Beretta's magazine held 10 rounds, plus the one in the chamber, which she'd just fired. "Stay focused," Truman had said. He fired shots in quick succession. The clap of each shot battered his eardrums, and he realized he should have brought his father's shooting earmuffs. He hadn't thought of that, and neither had Truman. Too late now. Crack, crack, crack. The shots tore through the quiet of the peaceful afternoon, and he watched the screaming, panic-stricken girls fall one by one. Lisa Bernier, Peter Kent, Macy O'Reilly. Then the rest of the bitches scattered, and his next shot missed. He lined up the sights on someone's back, It was Pam's spear. She went down like a rag doll, blood erupting from a spot between her shoulder blades. Dead a Sanborn, Bryn White, Coral Gaffney. Coral pinwheeled, blood spurting from her head, darkening her blonde hair. Then another miss. He could hear police sirens in the distance. Let them come. Let them come. One of the girls was sprinting for the school building. It was Sidney Devlin. How many times had he stared at her in American history? Her cute upturned nose, her long black curls, her even longer legs. She'd laughed at him once, he remembered, when Alex Tanner made fun of him for his stammering delivery of an oral report. Russell took careful aim, leading slightly in the direction of the building she was fleeing toward. Crack! Her head jerked and spewed blood. An amazing headshot, but he had no time to savor it. The Beretta clicked empty. He tossed the gun. Would Dad miss it? And grabbed another one out of the bag. It was the Bushmaster. The .223 tactical rifle looked like a fully automatic death dealer straight out of Call of Duty, but sadly it was only a semi-auto. One trigger pull, one round. That would have to be good enough. Jean of France. The report thundered under the open sky, much louder than the handgun had been. Mandy Fox, Jordan Dunn, Rondi McLean, Skylock. It was so much easier to aim with the big rifle. Why had he bothered with the handgun at all? Aline Rollins, Nola York. Oh, Nola was still alive, trying to crawl away, dragging her bleeding body. Her underwear bulged where she'd dropped a load in her cute little cheerleader panties. The smell of shit was faint but unmistakable. He put her down with a shot that entered the back of her head through her ponytail, and she stopped crawling. The sound of sirens intensified. He heard tires squeal on pavement. Car doors opened and slammed. The cavalry had arrived, but too late. Too late. The air was heavy with the stink of gun smoke, blood, and shit. Dead and dying bodies littered the fields, soaking the earth. Only Miss Carenza remained standing now. She was rooted to the spot where she'd stood when she told him to leave. The dumb bitch hadn't moved a step. She had no survival instinct whatsoever. None of these privileged little princesses did, which was why they were all dead. He lined up a headshot and splashed the coach's brains onto the grass. "Put down your weapon!" Russell twisted around. Two figures approached from behind. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. The one in the lead was a woman. Tall, good-looking, with short blonde hair. Wearing a suit, no body armor or anything. Trailing behind her, seeming to huff and puff as he crossed the spongy terrain of the field, was a short, overweight man. He wore a shirt and tie, but no jacket, and his tie hung loose around his thick neck. Both of them held guns extended out in front of them, just pistols, Glocks, aimed at him. Was this the police response? Seriously? Two plainclothes cops with handguns? Where the fuck was the SWAT team? It was the woman who'd shouted to him to put down his weapon. She raised her voice again. "Drop the rifle!" The fact that she was pretty irritated him more than anything. He was supposed to be taken down by a man, by a team of men, in a blaze of glory, not by one bitch and her fat-ass partner. His hands tightened on the Bushmaster. This was it, the climax, the grand finale. All he had to do was raise the rifle and wait for their bullets to perforate him. Suicide by cop, the media liked to call it. Only now that the moment had arrived, he found that his body refused to carry out his brain's commands. The rifle barrel stayed where it was, aimed down, away from the cops. And then a thought sounded in his head, unwanted, unasked for. I don't want to die. I'm afraid to die. No, hell no, that was not acceptable. He had to die here. That's how it worked. That's how it was done. The girls were dead. Bodies in the grass, vacant faces, tangled limbs, and blood-smeared cheerleader uniforms. He'd made his statement. Now he had to take his bow. The woman cop must have sensed his reluctance. She held a hand palm out toward her partner, gesturing for him to hold off. Then she stepped closer to the bleachers, moving cautiously. Her eyes flicked to the bodies, then back to Russell. He saw a muscle twitch in her throat. "My name is Emily Graham," she said. "What's your name?" Russell shook his head. "Don't talk to them. If you talk to them, there will be no turning back. Raise the rifle." "I'm here to help you," she said. I'm a detective with the Philadelphia Police Department. How about you put down the gun and you tell me what's happening?" What's happening? He almost laughed. Did this bitch think he was stupid? Where was the SWAT team? Where were the snipers? Why had his big moment been denied him? Wasn't this just typical of his life? He never got what he deserved, and always, always, it was because of a woman. Even now, when he should be relishing his vengeance, all he felt was the impending horror of failure. "Put down your gun," the woman said. "It's over." And with an awful mixture of relief and dismay, he opened his hands and let the Bushmaster fall clanking to the metal bleachers. 2. Jessie Black walked from the courthouse to the bar a block away. She paused at the door, tempted to keep on walking. Even though the trial was over and her colleagues had summoned her here for an impromptu midday party to toast her victory, she was still in trial mode, on edge, full of adrenaline, thoughts running a mile a minute. Securing a guilty verdict always felt good, but she liked to be alone afterward, where she could think over what she'd done right and what she could have done better, preferably with a cup of strong coffee. These days, she was more of a coffee drinker than a drink drinker, especially in the middle of the afternoon. But she didn't want to disappoint her friends. She wouldn't be seeing them again for a week. She walked inside and paused in the doorway for a moment as her eyes adjusted to the dim lighting. It was the right thing to do, the social thing. Besides, she deserved to celebrate now and then, didn't she? Have a drink, accept a few congratulations, be a human being as well as an assistant district attorney. The murmur of conversation surrounded her, as did the smell of liquor. Celebrating courtroom victories at the Gavel had become a tradition, a lawyer hangout by virtue of its name and location, close to the Criminal Justice Center and City Hall. The ambiance was all glossy surfaces, chrome and glass, and well-dressed, well-spoken bartenders. Even at this early hour, men and women in suits crowded the bar and tables. Jessie spotted her crew at a round cocktail table near the middle of the room. She made her way through the crowd to reach them. Warren Williams, head of the homicide unit in which she worked, jumped up from his stool. He gestured with one hand, offering her his seat, while lifting a wine glass from the table with his other hand and pushing it into her hand before she could decline. Judging by the half-empty bottle and the oversized smiles of the other people at the table, Roland Raleigh Westbrook, Dutch Schultz, and Marion Dallas, all homicide prosecutors like her, they'd already started the party. There was a plate of fried calamari on the table, mostly eaten. The marinara sauce explained a red splotch on Warren's shirt. She took the wine, but remained standing. "I should only have one glass. I can't stay long." Warren's round face puckered in an exaggerated frown. "Jessie, this is a very fine vintage, courtesy of the DA's office expense account." "Yeah," Raleigh said, "worth at least $10. He flashed her a boyish smile that was known to work wonders on female jurors. "That's how we roll," Dutch added as he refilled his own glass. "Like a boss." Dutch was a gray-haired lifer at the DA's office, pushing 60. She had to admire his effort, even if less than successful, to keep up with the current street talk. "Come on," Marion said. "It was a big case. You should celebrate a little. It's fun." Her heart-shaped face wrinkled as she gave Jessie a half-smile and beckoned her closer, as if she'd read Jessie's desire to brood over her victory in solitude. And she probably had. As one of the only other women in the homicide unit, she often seemed to watch Jessie with a knowing, been-there, done-that look. Her companions watched her, waiting. All around them, conversations ebbed and flowed. Glassware clinked. $10 wine, huh? She examined her glass. The wine did smell good, almost like black cherries, and she supposed she could spare a little time. "Can't say no to that." They smiled as she slid onto the stool and joined them. Warren lifted his glass in a toast. "To justice," he said, only half ironically. Raleigh, Dutch, and Marion raised their glasses. So did Jessie. "To justice." She took a sip. Cabernet, and a good one. More likely $50 than 10. Apparently putting a husband-murdering killer in prison for life warranted use of the DA's office Amex card. "Thanks," Jessie said. "Just as long as we're clear, I can't stay long." Warren laughed. "Right. You need to pack for your big trip." He said it with mock resentment, mostly mock resentment anyway, with a little real resentment thrown in, she was sure. because she knew the DA's office was his life and that he expected similar dedication from his prosecutors. He expected them to consider the DA's office as more than a job, more than something he would take a vacation from. Well, let him resent. Jessie hadn't taken a vacation in years, not even a long weekend. If Warren didn't like the idea of losing her for a week, he would just have to deal with it. Warren was right about one thing, though. She did need to pack. Her flight departed from Philly International tomorrow at 7:45 in the morning, and she hadn't even pulled her suitcase out of the closet. She'd ordered 3 new bikinis online, and they were still sealed in padded mailers. She could only hope she'd look good in them. If not, it was too late now to do anything about it. In about 16 hours, she and Leary would board an American Airlines jet non-stop to Punta Cana, where they would enjoy a week of beautiful beaches, great food, and a romantic suite. She'd be drinking piña coladas and strawberry daiquiris, and she intended to be very happy. The feeling hit her now, just imagining it. Joy rose within her like the swell of a surf. "Come on, Warren," Raleigh chided. "Jessie earned some time at the beach with her boy toy." Hearing Mark Leary described as a boy toy set her teeth on edge. She wasn't 100% what she should call him, a boyfriend? But boy toy definitely did not fit. Thankfully, Marion changed the subject before anyone could take it further. "Who cares about the beach? I want to hear about how Jessie put away Simone Rochelle, the great husband killer." Warren shook his head. "Why can't these nutjobs just divorce each other like normal people?" "I sat in the gallery on Wednesday," Dutch said, looking at her, "when you put the sister-in-law on the stand. Hell of a show." "So glad I was able to entertain you," Jessie said. "That was my goal through the whole trial, obviously." She took another sip of wine. "Obviously," Dutch agreed. "What happened?" Marion said. Dutch laughed. "So, the victim's sister is up on the stand, and Jessie's asking her to describe the relationship between her brother and his wife, and the sister's pretty much laying the groundwork that the defendant, who we already know from the evidence was unfaithful, was also just a cold, nasty piece of work. And on cross, Rochelle's defense lawyer approaches the stand. Now, you gotta see it. He wobbled on his stool and almost fell off before grabbing the edge of the table and steadying himself. How much wine had the old guy had? The defense lawyer, what's his name, Jessie? Ned Perales, Jessie said. He any good? Marion asked. Jessie shrugged. He's been around, knows his stuff. Perales is this big fellow, okay? Dutch said, resuming his story. Tall, wide in the shoulders, probably played football when he was in school. A giant. And the victim's sister is this tiny thing, maybe 5 feet tall, skinny as a flagpole. I could barely see her face over the top of the witness stand. Raleigh chuckled. Leave it to Dutch to turn a routine courtroom exchange into a tale of David and Goliath. Dutch shot him a watery stare. Nothing routine about this exchange. Now, may I please proceed? Raleigh waved his arm. By all means. So the sister, this little thing, as I said, is sitting at the witness stand, and here comes Perales to conduct his cross-examination. Now, if I were him, I would have asked 1, maybe 2 questions to throw some doubt on her impartiality, qualifications for evaluating another couple's marriage, whatever, and then get her off the stand as quickly as possible. Because juries love really small women. I don't know why, but they do. You ever notice that? They all shook their heads. They feel an instinct to protect them or something. I don't know, Dutch said. Jessie was trying to determine if he was slurring his words because he was really drunk or if he was just having some fun with them. What did I tell you, Jessie, my first piece of advice when you started in homicide? The question snapped her back to the moment. Don't buy the tuna salad from the deli down the street? No, I mean, yes, that's true, too. But also, I've said when it comes to really small women, children, and the elderly, go easy. I guess you're safe then, old man, Raleigh said. Dutch frowned at him and refilled his glass. So, Perales, he went on, who never had the benefit of my wise counsel, starts really going to town on the woman. You know, dredging up petty grudges she might have had against her brother's wife. Is it not true that Ms. Rochelle borrowed your crock-pot and did not return it? And poking around the sister's own lackluster marriage. Jessie took another sip of her wine. As enjoyable as this was, and it was enjoyable, she had to admit, she needed to make a gracious exit quickly, or she'd be packing all night. But interrupting Dutch mid-ramble didn't seem like the best idea. "And then," Dutch said, "he goes one step too far. He suggests, with his not as clever as he thinks lawyer questions, that there might have been some kind of brother-sister incest thing going on." Gasps all around the table, even from Warren. At which point I objected, Jessie said. "But only half-heartedly," Dutch said with a smile, "since you knew as well as I did that Paralysis was digging his own grave." Jessie shrugged noncommittally and drank more wine. Dutch said, "At this point, the sister flat out says to Paralysis, 'Are you implying that I was fucking my brother?' And Paralysis just stands there with his mouth hanging open. The judge tries to save him by reminding the sister that witnesses answer questions, they don't ask them, but she says, 'Your Honor, I'm just asking for Mr. Paralysis to clarify his question. Are you asking if I am a brother fucker?'" "She did not say that," Marion said, looking astonished. "She did," Dutch said, "and you could feel the mood of the jury turn against Paralysis. The judge looks at him, raises an eyebrow, and says, 'Would you care to clarify the question?' And Paralysis, who was now beet red, says, 'I have nothing further for this witness.' I think that was the moment he lost the trial." "Of course," Jessie said. "It had nothing to do with my presentation of the evidence, the direct testimony of key prosecution witnesses, or my closing argument. It's all because of one misstep by defense counsel." Dutch grinned. "Yep." Warren shrugged. "Hey, you know how I run the homicide unit. I don't care how you guys win as long as you do." Jessie hopped off her stool and smiled at her friends. "As flattered as I am by all the credit you're giving me for months of hard work, I really do need to leave now. But in a week, I'd be happy to hear all about how my whole career has been a series of happy accidents." "I'll get started on the timeline right away," Raleigh said. She turned to leave, but paused when she heard the buzzing of a phone. She reached into her bag. At the same time, she saw Warren reach into his pocket. Then Raleigh, Dutch, and Marion all found their phones, too. Jessie froze. A feeling of dread crawled across her skin. "Uh-oh," Marion said, putting words to Jessie's thoughts. "This can't be good." 3. Jesus Rivera, the district attorney of Philadelphia, glared at himself in his bedroom's full-length mirror as he struggled to knot the bow tie under his collar. Usually the act was automatic. As an elected official in the country's fifth-largest city, Rivera seemed to wear tuxedos more often than jeans, and say what you would about his leadership qualities, and his opponents certainly did, he was at least adept at dressing himself. But with the sound of his daughter weeping behind him while his wife struggled to console her, his fingers had become fumblingly useless. He also had to contend with the sounds of Courtney Abbott and Elijah Glynn, his political consultants, arguing at the other side of the bedroom as they debated the impact of this incident on his future in public office. Frankly, Rivera wasn't sure which was more disturbing. A knock on his bedroom door preceded the entrance of Clara, his personal assistant, who quietly informed him that Warren Williams and Jessica Black had arrived. Then she ushered the prosecutors into the room. Rivera tore his gaze from the mirror to offer his visitors a nod. It was the warmest greeting he could muster under the circumstances. Rivera knew they'd come straight from the gavel, and he sincerely hoped that Warren's slightly flushed face didn't mean that the head of his homicide unit was drunk. Warren was sharp and politically astute, maybe more of a natural political animal than Rivera himself was, if he was being honest with himself. And Rivera needed his counsel today more than ever. Jessica Black trailed behind her boss. As far as he knew, she had no political aspirations at all, which was a shame. She had a look that would play well on TV. Tall and pretty, with lustrous black hair that fell just below her shoulders, but also professional-looking, with bright green eyes full of both intelligence and compassion. Right now, those eyes were trying very hard, unsuccessfully, not to gape in awe at his palatial bedroom. Rivera would have smiled if his heart were not being squeezed in a vice. "A school shooting in Philly." The DA shook his head. "It was bound to happen here eventually," Warren said. "Yeah, but I was hoping it wouldn't be during my term in office." Warren walked over to Rivera's wife and daughter, giving Ricky a hug, then hesitating in front of Nora, who was still crying. Warren looked like he might try to say something comforting to the 14-year-old girl. "You don't attend Stevens, do you, Nora? Did, you know the victims?" "She's just upset by the situation," Rivera said. The whole city's gonna be upset by this situation, Courtney Abbott put in. The country. No shit, Rivera thought, but he stifled the angry reply. Courtney was old school, a silver-haired, smooth-tongued advisor, or political strategist, according to his LinkedIn profile. And although he had a penchant for stating the obvious, he was also a fount of good advice and had helped Rivera keep his office for several terms. Rivera wasn't so sure about his colleague, the much younger Elijah, but Elijah was supposedly a social media whiz kid, and according to Courtney, they needed him. That's why he could bill $400 an hour at the age of 24. When Rivera had been 24, which was longer ago than he cared to think about, he'd been making minimum wage at Macy's while attending law school at night. "What's the plan?" Warren said. "Right now, my experts here are trying to decide if I should keep to my schedule and attend a fundraiser for my church, or drop everything to show the city that this incident is my sole focus. Oh, damn it." His hands fumbled the bow tie for the 100th time. To everyone's surprise, Nora rose from her seat and came over to him. He looked at his daughter's red-rimmed eyes, and she knotted his bow tie for him. "Here, Dad." "Thanks, honey." "What we want to avoid is a George W. Bush 9/11 embarrassment," Courtney said. "You know, reading The Pet Goat to a bunch of kindergartners while terrorists fly airplanes into the World Trade Center. This is hardly the same thing," Rivera said. His daughter drew back, and he realized he'd failed to temper the anger, the harshness in his voice. More gently, he said, "The country's not in danger. The shooter is in police custody." 16 children dead," Courtney said, "along with the teacher. It's not 9/11 bad, but you better believe it's a crisis for the city and for us." "It's already trending on Twitter and Facebook," Elijah said. "You need to make a statement. Get your voice out there." Rivera wanted to groan, but he didn't. He stepped away from the mirror and paced. Jessica Black stepped out of his path, making room for him. He looked at her. Why had Warren brought her along? But even as the question occurred to him, he thought he knew the answer. "Warren, you smart, sneaky bastard." "What do you think, Jessie?" he asked her. She looked startled, but recovered quickly. "It's not really my expertise," she said. Rivera shrugged. "I have enough experts. I want to know what you think, as one of my prosecutors." He watched her lips press together as she gave the question some thought. Again, he was struck by how photogenic she was. He'd been well aware of how excellent a lawyer she was. She'd stood out as a courtroom all-star early on, and he'd followed her career with interest ever since. But he'd never really looked at her from this angle before, a political angle. "Why not do both?" she said. "Make a quick statement to reporters on your way to the fundraiser. Send the message that the DA's office is taking this seriously, but that the city's safe and there's no need for panic. You just won the Rochelle case, right? The woman who killed her husband. That's what you were celebrating at the gavel?" "Yes." He saw her blush slightly. Then she smiled and nodded. "It seems wrong to celebrate anything now." Rivera studied her for a moment, then did something every advisor he'd ever retained had told him never to do. He made a spur-of-the-moment decision, entirely on impulse. "I agree. It's time to put you back to work." "I'm supposed to start a vacation." She closed her mouth, shook her head. "Sorry, of course, this takes precedence." 10 minutes later, 5 of them were in a limo. Rivera, Ricky, and Nora, dressed in their formal attire for the fundraiser dinner St. John the Evangelist Church was hosting at Reading Terminal Market, and Warren and Jessie dressed in their suits for the public statement the DA's office would be making just outside the event. The two political strategists followed in their own car. Rivera caught Jessie's look of concern and felt the first smile touch his lips since hearing the news of the shooting. "I'm sure you were looking forward to your vacation," Rivera said, "but Warren was right to drag you into this. This shooter, what's his name?" "Russell Lanford," Warren supplied. "Usually the shooters in these incidents kill themselves, and the public doesn't get the answers and the closure that come with a criminal prosecution. It's going to be different this time. Russell Lanford's trial is going to be under intense media scrutiny. I need to put someone in charge that I trust. Someone careful and meticulous, who I know will do a flawless job, and someone—" He hesitated, then shrugged. "Someone who will look good on TV. You're going to be representing the DA's office, Jessie. You're going to be representing me." She looked at him, and those green eyes seemed to pierce him. "I understand, and I really appreciate your faith in me. I won't let you down." Ricky placed a comforting hand on his knee and squeezed. It was his wife's signal that she was fully in his corner, that she approved of his decision to put this case in Jesse's hands. He appreciated her support, but didn't need it. He was already convinced he'd made the right call.
Russell Lanford comes from money, apparently, Warren said. Most kids at Stevens Academy do. So expect a good defense lawyer. I'm sure we'll face a motion to change venue away from Philadelphia and a truckload of other pretrial motions. They'll want the jury sequestered. You know the drill. It may be an open and shut case, but it's not going to be easy. We'll be busy for months.
Jesse nodded. I know.
If your travel plans included another person,
Rivera said as delicately as he could,
you might want to give them a call now.
He was aware vaguely that she was involved with a homicide detective on the Philly police force, or rather a former homicide detective. Their relationship had caused professional problems for both of them. It was the only blemish on her record, and one she'd survived. The detective, Rivera recalled, hadn't been so lucky. He'd been forced out of the police department.
No, Jessie said. I think that's a conversation I'm going to need to have in person.
They finished the ride in silence. Minutes later, they faced the cameras and the microphones, and Jesus Rivera told the people of his city that while Philadelphia would mourn the senseless tragedy, they could rest assured that the district attorney's office, in the person of its best homicide prosecutor, Jessica Black, would ensure justice for the dead. 4. Leary was waiting for her in her apartment when Jessie finally made it home. She opened the door and found him sitting on the couch, watching TV. She wasn't surprised to hear the name Russell Lanford come out of the TV speakers. She was sure every channel in Philadelphia had switched to nonstop coverage of the shooting. "Hey," she said. Leary didn't rise from the couch to walk over and kiss her, which she tried not to take as a bad sign. She glanced at the TV screen, saw two talking heads babbling to each other about gun control. Had he seen the statement Rivera had made to the press? He must have. "Sorry I'm late."
"You looked good. On TV, I mean, when Rivera introduced you as the avenging angel of justice."
Yep, he'd seen it all right. "I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess you're not happy with me right now," she said.
"Good deduction. Maybe you should have been the detective instead of me."
Leary had been a homicide detective with the Philly PD. That's how they'd met. But after some departmental politics had flatlined his career, he'd resigned and entered the private sector. Now he worked for Acacia, a large corporation that owned and operated several retail companies in the Northeast. She didn't know much about the day-to-day details of his new job, but her sense was that he missed his days with the PPD. He was a loss prevention specialist now, consulting with management about potential areas of risk like vandalism, embezzlement, shoplifting, safety, and security. And although he still conducted investigations, they were a far cry from the murder cases he used to work. Looking at him now, she wondered what pained him more, that she had been pulled into the Russell Lanford case or that he had not. "There was nothing I could do," she said. He arched an eyebrow at that.
"You could have called me before you agreed to cancel our vacation and head up the prosecution."
Had she owed him that? Their relationship was still a relatively new thing, and they were still feeling out the rules. Jessie was 33, and she'd been on her own for a long time. An independent, professional woman. She didn't think she needed to ask anyone's permission before making a decision at work. On the other hand, they had planned the Punta Cana trip together. Leary had taken a week of vacation days. He'd paid for half of the airfare and resort fees. "If there are cancellation charges, I'll pay for those," she said. Anger flared visibly in his eyes, and she immediately regretted her words.
"I looked for your suitcase," he said. "I found it at the back of your coat closet, empty. You didn't even start packing. Did you ever plan to go on this trip?"
"Of course I did. I've been looking forward to it for weeks. I was busy with the Simone Rochelle trial."
"You're always busy with the trial."
Jessie dropped onto the couch beside him. She touched his arm, and he did not pull away. That, at least, was a good sign. "Look, the district attorney himself asked me to handle this case. What was I supposed to say?" Leary sighed, and the anger seemed to fade from his face.
"I know. I'm just disappointed."
"Me too." She leaned forward and kissed him. He kissed her back, finding her tongue with his. A very good sign. His arms wrapped around her and pulled her close, her body pressed against his. "You know," she said, "I ordered 3 new bikinis, and I haven't had a chance to try them on yet." He grinned, and his blue eyes lit up.
"No time like the present."
"Who says we have to go all the way to the Dominican Republic to have a good time?" She ran a hand down his arm, massaging his bicep, and then clasped his hand in hers. Their fingers intertwined.
"Not me."
Later, after she'd confirmed that the bikinis did, in fact, look good on her, and both she and Leary had energetically explored the possibilities for having a good time right here in her apartment, she forced herself to sit down at the little desk in the corner of her bedroom and boot up her laptop.
"Back to work already?" Leary said. "Are you sure you're done with me?"
He was stretched out on her bed, his lean, muscular limbs twisted in the sheets. His hair stood out in sandy blonde spikes where her fingers had made a mess of it, and a sheen of perspiration shined in the patch of hair between his pecs. He propped himself up on one elbow, the tattoo of a hawk visible on his bare arm. Even as sated as she felt right now, she was pretty damn tempted to climb back into bed. "I need to check if the police report has been emailed to me," she said. He yawned.
"Who's the lead detective?"
"Emily Graham. She and her partner were a block from the scene when the first 911 calls came in. They were the first to arrive."
"Graham." Leary made a face.
"Not a fan?" Graham was a recent addition to the homicide division, and Jessie had not worked with her yet.
"Just watch your back,"
Leary said. She took her hands from her keyboard and turned to face him. "What do you mean by that?"
"Probably nothing, but she has a reputation for, I don't know, not working well with others."
"Didn't you have a reputation like that, too? And we both know you didn't deserve it."
"Good point."
"I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. But I'll also keep your words in mind." She turned back to the laptop and started opening emails. She spent most of the next few hours reading the police report. Like most cops, Detective Graham had composed her narrative in stilted sentences, as if every word had been pulled forcibly from her brain. As a general rule, cops hated to write, and their reports showed it. But the facts shined through the prose, each one more vivid than the one before, and they were horribly compelling in spite of the flat delivery. Dead girls, dead children, even if teenagers rarely thought of themselves that way. Lives cut tragically short. There were photographs, too, of course. A shockingly young face with a hole through the right cheek. Bits of bone, exposed, shattered teeth. A chest with a hole over the left breast, the material of the brightly colored cheerleader uniform singed. Bullet casings in the grass underneath the bleachers. She clicked through photo after photo and forced herself to study each one closely, even as her stomach started to knot up in protest. There was something about crime scene photos, something sickeningly voyeuristic, that always made her feel queasy, as if by looking at them she was perpetuating a second violation of the victims. But she knew the guilty feeling was irrational. Looking was necessary. It wasn't a violation of the dead, it was the first step toward avenging them. She needed to absorb the crime into herself, in all its gory detail, needed to know it as intimately as the killer in order to be as effective as possible at trial.
"You coming to bed?"
She heard Leary yawn, but didn't turn away from the laptop. "Soon."
"Okay, but I'm beat. I'm going to turn off the light."
The room darkened, and she blinked against the sudden glare of the monitor. Part of her wished Leary would just go back to his own apartment instead of spending the night. She immediately chastised herself for the thought. That's me, Jessie Black, lovey-dovey girlfriend. Once a case got its teeth into her, she had a tendency to block the world out, and that, unfortunately, also included loved ones. That's why she kept photographs near her workspaces, both at home and at the office. One of her father and her, both of them about a decade younger than they were now, holding each other awkwardly as they posed for a picture at her law school. And the other, more recent, of her brother Alex, his wife Carol, and their 2 kids. Glancing guiltily at the man sleeping in her bed, she supposed she'd need to add a 3rd photo soon, to remind herself of what was really important in life. She returned her attention to the murders. It was a long time before she went to bed. When she woke up the next morning, the view beyond her window was still black, and Leary was sleeping deeply. She dressed as quietly as she could and slipped out, wanting to arrive early at the DA's office and organize her file on Russell Lamford. When she got there, her first call of the day was to Detective Emily Graham to arrange a meeting at the crime scene. Even more so than photos, crime scenes were gut-wrenching. But, like photos, indispensable. "There's not much to see," Graham said. She sounded distracted, and Jessie could hear noise behind her. People, phones, the din of police headquarters. "Everything's in the report." "I want to tour the scene anyway," Jessie said. "It's just something I need to do, part of my process." She heard Graham sigh through the phone. The put-upon reaction didn't surprise her. When cops needed something, the prosecutors were their best friends. But when the prosecutors needed something, they were pain-in-the-ass lawyers. And Leary had warned her about Graham's reputation for not working well with others. The line was quiet for a moment. Then, with clear reluctance in her voice, Graham said, "I can meet you at Stevens Academy in 15 minutes. Jessie wouldn't have minded a ride. Although she owned a car, she kept it in a garage and only used it for excursions outside Philly. Police headquarters was close enough that Graham could have picked Jessie up on the way, saving her the trouble of hailing a taxi. But she didn't need to be a mind reader to know that asking for a lift would be pushing her luck. So she forced a cheery voice and said, "That's perfect," and ended the call. Outside, the autumn breeze swept her hair back. She breathed the cool air, enjoying the aroma of dry leaves and crisp air beneath the usual city smells of asphalt and car exhaust. The sun peeked between the buildings of the Philly skyline, warming her face. "Excuse me, Miss Black, but do you have a moment to speak?" She turned to find a man standing beside her. Her first impression was wealthy executive. He wore an expensive-looking business suit, the jacket buttoned. It looked good on his tall, narrow frame. His shoes gleamed. His head, almost as shiny as his shoes, was smoothly bald. His cheeks were clean-shaven. He was holding 2 cups of coffee, one in each hand. He extended one of them toward her. "Coffee?" A thin ribbon of steam wafted from a hole in the plastic lid of the travel cup. She looked at it for a second, tempted, before shaking her head. "Thanks, but I'm not really in the habit of accepting coffee from strangers." He nodded, frowning, and turned to look for a place to set down the cup. After a few seconds, he gave up and continued to hold both cups. "I'm Wesley Lanford," he said. "I believe you're prosecuting my son." She took a step back, almost involuntarily. "We shouldn't be talking, Mr. Lanford. There's something I need to tell you. Were you waiting for me out here?" The thought that this man, no matter how respectable-looking, had been watching the entrance to the DA's office so that he could intercept her made her feel suddenly vulnerable, even in broad daylight. I wanted to speak with you in person. I didn't think you'd agree to meet, so I came here." "You should talk to the police, not to me," she said. "I'm sure Detective Graham will contact you to arrange an interview soon, if she hasn't already." "I know what Russell did was horrible," he said, "and I'm not here to defend him or make excuses for him. He deserves most of the blame, but—" "Most of the blame?" She knew she should just walk away, catch her taxi before she was late to her meeting with Graham. But the man's words irked her. "That's what I want to speak with you about." He sighed, looking around again for a place to unload the second coffee cup, and finally just bent down and placed it on the pavement next to his fancy shoes. "Have you heard of Von Truman? Manpower?" She had no idea what he was talking about, and this whole conversation was inappropriate. She was the attorney prosecuting his son. He was a potential witness, even a potential co-defendant if the police found evidence of culpability. By talking to him now, outside of proper channels, she could be jeopardizing her case. "Mr. Lanford, I really need to go. Whatever you need to say, the police, they call themselves men's rights activists. Ridiculous, right? There's a website. Russell called it a forum. People post messages there, anonymously, using fake names. Someone on that website manipulated Russell. I'm not saying Russell wasn't already thinking terrible things, but this person on the website gave him the final push. Do you understand what I'm telling you?" "Not really." She took another step away from him, craning her neck and hoping to spot an approaching taxi. "I'm saying there's another bad actor here. Russell's just a troubled kid. More trouble, obviously, than I ever realized. But this other person is worse. Hiding behind a fake identity and manipulating a susceptible teenager, worse than murdering 17 people. The words came out before she could stop them, cold and angry. He gaped at her, and the blood seemed to drain from his face. This time he was the one who took a step back. The side of his shoe hit the coffee cup and knocked it over. The plastic lid dislodged and coffee pooled on the sidewalk. I'm just trying to explain," he stammered. "There's another bad actor here." Jessie felt another rush of fury. She hadn't realized how angry the senseless shooting had made her until now, face to face with the shooter's father. "If there is, I doubt it's some guy on the internet. More likely it's someone closer to home, someone who provided an unstable 15-year-old with access to handguns and rifles and ammunition." Lanford blanched even paler. "I'm a firearms enthusiast, a collector. There's nothing wrong with that. I have the appropriate licenses. I keep everything in a top-of-the-line gun safe." For the first time, his cool expression broke, and she saw uncertainty, maybe even regret. She felt a pang of sympathy for this man. "I don't know how he got the code." "Did you have it written down somewhere?" she said. Her voice had softened. "No, I was careful, extremely careful." Jessie shook her head. "I need to go," she said again. "I'm sure you're going through hell right now. I understand the instinct to look for someone else to share the blame with your son. And with you," she thought, but didn't say. "But I'm not the right person to talk to. Maybe a loved one or a therapist." She raised her hand, and a taxi pulled to the curb. Before Lanford could say more, she slid into the back seat and closed the door. She watched him through the window as the car pulled into traffic. He looked forlorn, lost. And maybe, she thought as the taxi turned a corner and he passed out of sight, angry, too. The vibration of her phone pulled her from her thoughts. It was Graham. "Are you still coming?" The detective sounded annoyed. Jessie glanced at her watch. She was late. "I got held up. It's related to the case. I'll be at the school in 5 minutes, and I'll fill you in then." She heard the detective huff a frustrated breath into the phone. "I don't have a lot of time. I'll be there in 5 minutes." Jessie hung up. As a general rule, she liked to give people the benefit of the doubt, but Detective Emily Graham was not making a good first impression. She wished Leary was still working homicide, but that part of his life was over, and she supposed they would both have to adjust to that. Right now, she had a job to do. She took a deep breath and prepared herself for the crime scene. 5. Jessie felt a familiar jolt of adrenaline as the taxi turned a corner and the grounds of Stevens Academy came into view. A low, square building, constructed of dark red brick, sat a good distance back from the street. Grass surrounded the building, still mostly green, despite the chilly autumn breeze that ruffled it. A fence surrounded the property, looking more decorative than functional. Beyond the fence, a wall of double-parked cars and vans, many bearing the insignia of the Philadelphia Police Department, and just as many emblazoned with logos like NBC and Fox News. Busy-looking men and women dotted this landscape, but no kids. She knew the school had closed today, presumably out of respect for the dead, concern for the psychological welfare of its surviving students and faculty, and to clear the way for law enforcement to work. And there was something decidedly ominous about a school without kids. "Jeez," the driver said. He rolled the steering wheel, pulling over. "Can't get you any closer than this, looks like." "This is fine, thanks." She paid him and prepared herself to run the media gauntlet. She'd done it before, many times. Another one of those skills they don't teach you in law school. The barrage of questions began the moment the first reporter recognized her face, and then the reporters all converged on her like hungry animals. She had to walk past what felt like 100 video cameras. She held her head up and kept her gaze straight ahead, walking silently and trying to project a determined prosecutor image. She knew one of the reasons Rivera had chosen her for this case was that he'd thought she'd play well on TV, but she still cringed inwardly at the thought of seeing herself on the news later. Some prosecutors reveled in the quasi-celebrity that seemed to come with their office, but it had never held any appeal for her. She'd entered the profession to help people, not to worry about whether her makeup would hold up in full HD. Her media escort fell back as she crossed the police line at the gate and entered the school property. Even then, she didn't drop her guard. She knew from bitter experience that the news outfit's cameras had longer range than high-powered rifles. Helicopters wheeled overhead. There was no privacy at a crime scene, especially an outdoor crime scene. She showed her ID and told one of the uniforms at the gate why she was here. He extended an arm, pointing grimly toward a field to the left and behind the brick building. Her heels made a crunching sound in the grass as she reached the athletic field. The two detectives came into view, Emily Graham and her partner, a veteran homicide detective named Tobias Novak, who had to be pretty close to retirement by now. They met her at the yellow tape barricading the area where the murders had occurred the day before. Novak handed her latex gloves and paper shoe covers, and she quickly pulled them on before stepping over the police perimeter. She felt a flutter in her chest, and her heartbeat kicked up a notch. "Good morning, counselor," Graham said. "Detective?" Jessie returned. She'd thought she'd heard a note of sarcasm in the woman's voice, but had decided to ignore it. She shook Graham's hand. Their latex gloves squeaked together. "Good to meet you, even if the circumstances are, She left the rest unsaid, and Graham nodded curtly. There was a moment when she could almost feel Graham sizing her up, and she supposed she was doing the same. The detective was about 5'7", athletic body, good taste in suits, mid-20s, maybe early 30s. Short blonde hair, a direct, intelligent stare. She made a solid professional impression. A solid prosecution witness, she thought. Be an assistant DA long enough, and you start to assess everyone you meet based on how well they do on the witness stand. But there was something about Graham that made Jessie uncomfortable, too. A confrontational posture, a look in her eyes that was angry, maybe even disdainful.
"What's the good word?"
Novak said. His big smile instantly diffused the tension, and she saw Graham visibly relax. Like most young homicide detectives, Graham had been paired with an old-timer, in this case a real old-timer. Toby Novak had seemed ancient to Jessie the first time she'd met him when she'd started at the DA's office years ago. Now he had to be 65 at least, and he looked it. "Hi, Toby." Jessie looked around, taking in the field, with its ominous crime scene markers and tape. "So, detectives, you want to walk me through it?" Graham waved a hand toward a cluster of yellow plastic signs extending from the grass, each about the size of an index card and bearing a number in bold black print. Markers placed by the crime scene text to mark the locations of bodies and bullets. "The girls were practicing over there," Graham said, "and the perpetrator did his shooting from the bleachers over there." She pointed to the bleachers, where more crime scene markers indicated the locations of casings and other evidence. "I mean, you looked at the photos, right? What else can I add? You've seen the evidence log. In other words, why are you wasting my time?" "I just want to get a feel for the crime, on a gut level." "Is that a new addition to the prosecutor playbook?" A challenge flashed in the young detective's gaze. "No, just my personal style." Graham shrugged. "When Toby and I arrived, the girls and the coach were sprawled on the grass, where you see those markers. Blood everywhere." Jessie stared hard at the grass and thought she could see a slight reddish stain, but that could just as easily be her imagination. Outdoor crime scenes were always the most difficult to preserve because of the elements: rain, wind, animals. And what nature hadn't removed, the crime scene techs had, after carefully photographing, bagging, and logging all of the forensic evidence, and transporting the bodies of the victims to the medical examiner's office. Still, the scene retained an eerie echo of the violence that had occurred here. And even though this echo was unpleasant to experience, it was the reason Jessie made a habit of visiting crime scenes. She suppressed a shiver as she approached the patch of grass where 17 women had died. "Watch where you step," Graham said.
"She knows,"
Novak said.
"This is far from Jessie's first rodeo."
"And she should know there's no point in dragging us out here." Jessie took a breath. She'd been hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the detective, but she now saw that it was inevitable. Better to clear the air now. "Do you have a problem working with me?" Graham watched her evenly. "I have a problem working with anyone who interrupts my work." "Assisting the DA's office is your work." "Oh, so you're my boss now. My lieutenant should find that pretty interesting." "I'm not your boss. The police department and the DA's office work together." "This isn't my first rodeo either, Miss Black. But you're the first prosecutor to order me around like a personal butler." "I'm helping you. You want your arrest to end in a conviction, don't you?" "Lanford, it's a foregone conclusion." "No conviction is a foregone conclusion. Anything can happen in the courtroom." Graham snorted. "That I believe." "Fucking lawyers. Novak cleared his throat loudly. "Emily, that's enough." The detective shot her partner an annoyed look, but her expression softened as Novak's unspoken thoughts seemed to get through to her. She turned to Jessie with a look that was almost apologetic. "Sorry, I'm just having a bad morning." Jessie returned her attention to the crime scene, careful to watch where she stepped. Even though most of the evidence was gone, you never knew for sure, which was why preservation of the scene was so important. She'd come here to get a feel for this hideous crime at a gut level, so that she could do a better job of prosecuting Russell Lanford. The last thing she wanted to do was contaminate evidence. "Walk me through it, please." Graham seemed to hesitate for a second. Then she said, "We found Lanford standing on the bleachers, there. He had a rifle in his hands. There was a duffel bag on the bench, and to his right. The bag was full of guns and ammo." "Full?" Jessie said. "This was a normal-sized duffel bag?" "Yeah," Graham said. "I'm not exaggerating. We found a ton of hardware. More than he'd ever need for one cheerleading squad, even if his aim had been bad, which it wasn't, by the way. Kid knew how to shoot." This time, Jessie did shiver. "The firearms were registered to his father?" she said. Graham nodded. "Apparently the guy's a collector, properly licensed. Kept them in a safe, all the right things, or so he claims." Her voice shifted subtly. Jessie might have missed it once, but she'd been working with cops long enough to pick up on it now. "The father interests you?" she said. Graham's gaze came up, and for the first time, Jessie thought she saw a hint of respect. "Yeah. I mean, nothing at the level where I'd include it in an official report, but, there's something." Before Jessie could press her for more details, Novak chuckled. The sound was so intensely inappropriate for the situation that both Jessie and Graham swung their heads to look at him. He was holding an iPhone about an inch from his face, smiling hugely. "Jesus Christ, Toby," Graham said. "You're criticizing my behavior? Put that thing away." "Joey's dancing," the older detective said. "You gotta see this." Graham exchanged a glance with Jessie and said, "His grandson." Hold on a sec," Novak said. "I need to like this." Graham let out a weary sigh. Novak can barely operate a police car laptop, but put his grandkid on the screen and suddenly he's Mark Zuckerberg. He spends more time liking, favoriting, and tweeting than he does solving crimes. Why don't you just retire already? He put his phone away. "Because you still need me." Graham shook her head with a mixture of amusement and annoyance. Jessie said, "I ran into him earlier today. The father, Wesley Lanford. He tried to tell me something about an internet message board that might have influenced Russell. Something about men's rights." "Yeah, he tried to sell us that line, too," Graham said, "asking us to look into this website as if his son had been brainwashed or something. We shut him down pretty quickly." "You weren't interested in what he had to say?" Jessie said. "No," Graham said. She started walking away from the crime scene markers, apparently satisfied that she'd done all she needed to do here and that it was time to leave. "You know the drill. We're trying to build an airtight murder case here. The last thing we want is the police file filled with theories about unknown third persons that the defense can use against us at trial." "You agree with that?" Jessie said to Novak, but he was already looking at his phone again, another big smile on his face. What?" he said, looking up quickly. "Sorry, I missed the question. I was multitasking." "Jesus," Graham said under her breath. These two were definitely going to be a challenge to work with. "Never mind," Jessie said. Then to Graham, "In my experience, that kind of strategy doesn't work. If it's out there, the defense will find it, so the more information we have, the more effectively we'll be able to counter their arguments." "I'll keep that in mind," Graham said. "It probably doesn't matter much in this case," she said, ignoring the detective's sarcastic tone. "Whether Russell Lanford was influenced by someone he met online or just by his own damaged psyche, we have him at the scene with the murder weapons and the victims. It's a strong case." "Exactly," Graham said. Novak burst out laughing. He held up his phone. "You gotta see this video of Joey at the playground." Before either of them could respond, the sound of a cough drew their attention to a man approaching them from the direction of the school building. Jessie didn't recognize him, and she was pretty sure he wasn't a cop. He was average height, with a slim build. He wore khaki pants and a sport jacket that fluttered behind him in the breeze. Graham threw her partner a look. "Not this guy again." "He's just trying to be helpful," Novak said. "School's closed. What else is he gonna do?" "He's not trying to be helpful," Graham said. He's trying to cover his own ass. Who is he? Jessie said. School principal, Graham said, pretending to help us, but every chance he gets, he reminds us that neither he nor the school could have prevented the shooting. No one was blaming the school anyway. He's wasting his breath and getting in our way. Novak shook his head. You're too young to be this cynical, Emily. Some civilians actually want to help the police. Graham shot Jessie a knowing look. You'll see. The man waved awkwardly as he drew closer. He had brown eyes that looked tired, dark brown hair, and a brown goatee with a few strands of gray. His face was long and narrow, attractive in a hangdog kind of way. If she had to guess, Jessie would say he was in his mid-40s, but he wore the weary expression of an older man. Jesse Black, meet Clark Harrison, Graham said. Miss Black is the prosecutor who will be handling Russell Lanford's case for the district attorney's office. Harrison seemed to study her for a second before extending his hand. Nice to meet you. He had a firm, dry grip. I saw you on TV. Like I told the detectives, if there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. And like I told you, Graham said, we don't need anything more at this time. There was an edge in her voice, but if Harrison noticed it, he didn't let on. Anything you need. Stevens Academy takes student safety very seriously. I do, too. This is our first serious incident that anyone can recall, as you've told us several times, Graham said. She gave Jessie a sidelong glance. Do you have kids of your own? Jessie asked the principal. The question seemed to catch him off guard. No, but we plan to, my wife and I. When we're less busy with our careers, you know. She did know, all too well. She thought of Leary and The reporter said he's going to turn over the data to the DA personally as part of a press conference.
Yes, that's right. Graham glanced at the clock on her computer screen. The press conference would start in about 10 minutes, assuming Truman didn't arrive late to add drama to his big moment, which sounded exactly like something the guy would do. According to Jesse, Manpower's whole opposition to the warrant had been a ploy to get free publicity. It had worked, obviously. Now Truman planned to hand over the data on live TV, probably along with a rousing speech about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. She assumed he'd worked the full URL of his site into the speech at least 6, maybe 7 times. Tanya half spoke, half sobbed. Graham strained to make sense of her words, but over their cellular connection they were unintelligible. Something about being safe? "Slow down," Graham said. "I'm having trouble understanding what you're saying."
"The gun's safe," Tanya said. "It's open. He took the rifle."
Graham felt her body go cold. What? She remembered Lanford telling her that Russell had left one rifle behind when he'd looted the gun safe. A Browning X-Bolt SSA Predator bolt action, he'd said. Good for hunting. Or sniping.
I think, Tanya said. I think he's going to do something bad.
Is there somewhere you can go, somewhere safe? A friend's house or family?
My sister.
Go there. Stay there until I call you back. Graham ended the call. Her heart was racing. Cold sweat broke out across her face. "What is it?" Novak said. "I think we need to get to City Hall." Graham jumped out of the car before Novak fully stopped. She could see the crowd of people in front of City Hall waiting for the press conference. She turned, slowly scanning the surrounding buildings. Windows and roofs, looking for Wesley Lanford and his rifle. "Where are you?" Novak jogged over to her. He double-parked the car at the curb. Now he pointed up. "Emily!" She followed the direction of his finger and spotted the dark outline of a figure standing on a roof across the street. Son of a bitch. The old detective hadn't completely lost his touch after all. They ran. Jessie gritted her teeth. Von Truman had turned City Hall, a historic landmark of the city, into the backdrop for his latest circus act. And what was worse, he'd drawn her into it. And, by extension, the DA's office. There was already a crowd, a mix of reporters, curious civilians, and a few angry-looking cops, and the crowd was getting bigger by the second as curious passers-by stopped to see what was going on. Watching Truman take his place in front of his audience, her stomach sank. Who cares? Let the blowhard squeeze a little more attention out of this tragedy in service to his website and political agenda. The people will see him for the slimeball he is. The data is what matters. The private messages and the identity of Truman. Truman held a thumb drive in one hand. He raised it and faced the cameras. "My name is Von Truman. I'm an activist." He spoke loudly and surely, and his voice carried through the crowd. "My cause is men's rights. I know that most of you probably weren't aware that men's rights were a cause or were in need of protecting. Part of the reason you don't know that is because at every opportunity your government silences this movement." Jessie tried to be inconspicuous at the periphery of the crowd, but Truman spotted her and pointed a finger at her. "There they are now," he said. "The state, as represented by Assistant District Attorney Jessica Black." 100 gazes turned to look at her. She supposed she could have derailed his stunt by insisting that Manpower deliver the data without any grandstanding public show, but that would have meant a delay. It would have meant having to wait longer for Manpower to comply with the warrant. A dangerous predator was out there prowling the internet, and she needed to find him and stop him before he caused more mayhem and death. That concern had to come before saving face, before politics. Didn't it? She wasn't so sure. The last person she'd known who put his job ahead of politics had been Leary, right before he'd been pushed out of the Philadelphia Police Department. Too late now for second thoughts. She stepped forward. Cameras flashed. A reporter called out, "Do you have a response, Miss Black?" She made eye contact with the reporter. "This is not the appropriate forum to discuss an ongoing criminal investigation into a possible co-conspirator in the Stevens Academy killings. I'm here to collect the data per the court's order." There. Best she could do. Hopefully she'd still have a job tomorrow. She reached for the thumb drive, but of course Truman held it just out of her reach. He wasn't done. He was just getting started.
He wore a dour expression, but she sensed he was all smiles on the inside.
I am in your city today to face the latest attempt by our government to silence the men's rights movement. You see, as part of the movement, I operate a website message board called Manpower, where people can come together to discuss their views on the issues facing men in our modern world. Manpower users have the option to post their opinions anonymously or under nicknames so that they can speak freely without fear of being punished or persecuted for their beliefs. Because of this, our forum has grown into a large community with lively, healthy debate and discussion.
One of the cops in the crowd gave Jessie a questioning look. Should we break this up? She responded with a barely perceptible shake of her head. She wasn't sure yet what the right move was, but she knew it wasn't that. Graham looked up. The building was shorter than City Hall, maybe 4 flights, and on the other side of the street from the government building. The ground floor was an Indian restaurant Graham had never noticed before, called House of Spice. "Call for backup," she said as she and Novak ran toward the door.
"On it."
She rushed inside, Novak right behind her. The hostess, a tall, matronly Indian woman, looked up from her counter. Going by the woman's wide-eyed expression, Graham figured she understood immediately that they weren't here for lunch. Patrons glanced up from their tables, curious. Graham said, "How do I get to the roof?" The hostess shook her head. "The roof's off limits." She held up her badge. "Not today, it isn't." The woman looked uncertain. "The landlord, he gets angry. This is an emergency. How do we access the roof?" The woman seemed to come to a decision. She sighed and said, "Follow me." A door in the back of the restaurant, near the restrooms, led to a small office. The office connected to an internal hallway. "Elevator and stairs are that way," the woman said. "Can you tell me what's going on?" "No time," Graham said, already striding away from the woman. "Is there danger?" the woman called after her. Graham hesitated. She believed there was danger. A man on a rooftop with a rifle was pretty much the definition of danger. But she didn't want to cause a panic. "Stay inside, and you should be okay," she said. That's when they heard the first gunshot.
"The district attorney," Truman lectured, "seizing on the recent tragedy at Stevens Academy, has convinced the court to issue a warrant forcing us to divulge the identity and private messages of one of our users. We fought the warrant in court, and we lost, and now we must provide the state with this confidential information, a terrible outcome for us, for you, and for democracy."
Jessie tried to gauge the reaction of the crowd. Some seemed to be buying into Truman's rhetoric, turning accusatory stares in her direction. But others looked skeptical, and some were even laughing.
"We could have just sent the data to the DA's office, or even emailed it," Truman went on. "But that would be a cowardly manner of accepting defeat. Instead, I am here personally as the owner of Manpower to make sure that everyone knows what's happening today. I hope that all of you who share my disappointment with the erosion of our constitutional rights and our expectations of privacy will loudly condemn this unlawful search and seizure, which, as the founders of this country anticipated when they drafted the Bill of Rights, can only lead to the chilling of free political speech in this country. Make no mistake, Manpower will appeal this miscarriage of justice all the way to the Supreme Court if that's what it takes to protect the right of all of us to free political discourse."
And with that, he handed the thumb drive to Jessie. Aware of the multitude of eyes and cameras eager to read her expression, she tried to keep her face neutral. She took the thumb drive, offered Truman a curt nod, and turned to make her escape. It wasn't going to be easy. Sensing that this was the right moment, the reporters in the crowd surged forward, thrusting microphones toward her and Truman. The noise level rose to an ear-battering din as they shouted questions. Then there was a loud, sharp crack, and the crowd went silent. In the stretch of seconds that followed, Jessie's eyes met Truman's. She wasn't sure if he recognized the sound, but she did. A gunshot. It was followed by another one. Crack! She felt something zip past her face. The bullet struck the building right behind her and sent chunks of the wall flying like shrapnel. Something caught Jessie's neck. Sharp pain, blood. The crowd burst apart and people fled in all directions. Someone dropped a camera and it was trampled instantly, broken into 1,000 pieces, and scattered under hundreds of shoes. Jessie stared, holding her neck, thinking, "I'm shot. No, just a cut. You'll be fine. Just get the hell out of here." She grabbed Truman's arm. "Come on, we need to move." He gawked at her. His eyes were wild with panic. All his cockiness seemed to have abandoned him. She tugged his arm again, but he didn't move. Petrified, frozen in place by fear. Where the hell were his bodyguards? She spotted them running away. "Mr. Truman! Vaughn! Snap out of it! Vaughn!" Hearing his name seemed to bring him around. His gaze focused on her. He opened his mouth, about to say something, when a perfect circle appeared to the left of his nose. A hole. It filled with blood even before she heard the crack. He fell. Then there was a different sound, also recognizable as gunfire, but from a different weapon. 4 shots in rapid succession. And then the wail of sirens. Graham and Novak raced down the hallway. The sound of the gunshot still echoed in Graham's ears. "Take the elevator," she said. "I'll take the stairs." She didn't wait for his confirmation. There was a door with a picture of a stick figure mounting a staircase. She threw her body against the crash bar and burst into the dimly lit stairwell. Up she went, pounding the stairs, wishing she were wearing her sneakers instead of her work shoes. But her morning running ritual paid off. She practically flew up the stairs, rushing past the 2nd floor door, the 3rd floor door. Finally, she hit the end of the stairwell and a door marked roof access. It was more solid-looking than the inner doors and had an ancient but complicated-looking combination lock built into it. Please don't be locked. There was no time to drill. Novak entered the stairwell below her, coming from the 3rd floor elevator. "Jesus," he said, "you're not even out of breath." She gestured at the door to the roof. "Ready?" He drew his Glock and nodded. Graham pulled her own gun and gripped the cold steel doorknob with her other hand. She turned the knob. The door didn't budge at first, and she thought it really was locked, but it was only stiff. She added pressure, and the rusty hinges squealed, and the door opened. Sunlight flooded the stairwell. Novak bounded past her through the doorway, gun raised. She followed him outside, coming in lower and sweeping left to right with her own gun. Adrenaline flooded her system. Her heart jumped into her throat, pumping like crazy. Noises from the streets below reached her ears, screams, cries, shouts, running feet, the unmistakable sounds of panic. She spotted Wesley Lanford just as the 2nd gunshot went off, a blunt, brutal sound that seemed to bounce off the sky above them. Lanford's back was to them. He knelt at the edge of the roof, his bald head glistening with sweat, the rifle braced against his shoulder. He didn't look panicked, he looked calm, totally at ease, like a Zen Buddhist in meditation, except for the Browning X-Bolt SSA Predator bolt-action rifle. Nothing Zen about that. He slotted in another round. "Stop!" Graham yelled. "Drop your weapon!" She aimed her gun at his back. Her heartbeat seemed to slow down just a notch as she lined up her shot. She realized this was the 2nd time she'd confronted a shooter in a matter of days, and that the shooters were father and son. She'd managed to take the son alive. The father? She hoped so. God, she hoped so. As much as she disliked the man, she didn't want to shoot him. "I said drop it, Lanford, now!" "Don't be stupid," Novak said. "Drop the rifle." Lanford pivoted and turned a cold stare toward them. Instead of dropping the rifle, he aimed it at her. Graham didn't hesitate. Her finger squeezed the trigger 4 times. The shots rang out. Lanford's body jerked as all 4 bullets hit him center mass. He slumped to the roof. The rifle fell out of his hands. She darted to his side and kicked the rifle away. It skidded across the surface of the roof until Novak brought his foot down on it, stopping it. Lanford was bleeding, which meant he was alive. Graham half-knelled, half-collapsed beside him. She felt his pulse, already slowing. "He's bleeding out." Backup would be arriving soon, and with it an ambulance, but by that time it would be too late. Damn it. She rocked back on her heels. A ragged breath tore out of her. She was suddenly exhausted, spent. She didn't even have the energy to look past the edge of the roof to watch the chaos below. It was a good shooting, a justified shooting. She knew that, but it didn't change the fact. She'd put a man down. Killed him. First time. "You all right, Emily?" Novak said. He squatted beside her and placed a tentative hand on her arm. "Not really." "It's okay. You will be." She didn't realize she was still gripping her pistol, finger inside the trigger guard, until Novak gently took the gun from her. "All part of the job," he said. I was right about Lanford, she said.
You sure were.
I sensed something.
Remember this,
Novak said.
He looked into her eyes. If you ever start to doubt your instincts, remember this.
She nodded, already starting to feel better, to feel stronger. She'd stopped a bad guy. But she had to wonder, as the sounds of frightened civilians continued to fill the streets below, if she'd stopped the danger. 21. An emergency room doctor at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital treated the wound in Jessie's neck and sealed it with surgical glue.
Shouldn't leave much of a scar, he said.
Whenever you're ready, you can go home. Thanks. Larry paced beside her. The whole event had obviously disturbed him. He'd rushed straight here from his office and was still dressed in the business casual attire that she knew he was still getting used to, after years of wearing a suit as a homicide detective. The doc watched his restless prowling and glanced at Jessie with a concerned look.
I think he's taking this harder than you.
He'll get over it. The doctor smiled and left them alone. Larry, relax. I'm fine.
You're lucky, he said.
His face looked strained.
Lucky that Wesley Lanford was a relatively good marksman. If he'd had slightly worse aim, it might be you in the morgue right now instead of Truman.
She winced. Somehow, Von Truman's death hadn't fully sunk in yet. Counting Wesley Lanford, whom Graham had taken out 1 second too late to save Truman, the death count was now up to 19. And True Man, whoever he was still at large. But not for long, hopefully. The police had the thumb drive and were perusing its contents right now. With luck, they'd have True Man identified and under arrest by the end of the day, and then Jessie could bring the full weight of the DA's office down on his head. "How are you feeling?" said a familiar voice. Jessie looked up to see Emily Graham walking toward her. "I'm fine. What about you?" "I know it's never easy having to shoot someone." The detective shrugged. "I'll be okay."
You might not really believe that right now, Leary said, but it's true. You'll be all right.
Graham gave him a half smile. "Thanks. That's what Novak keeps telling me. How are you doing, Leary? Private sector getting any more tolerable?" Now it was Leary's turn to shrug.
I don't get shot at anymore, so I guess that's a plus.
"What's the latest on True Man?" Jessie said. Graham's face seemed to darken. "Actually, that's why I'm here. I wanted to deliver the news in person. We looked at the flash drive Manpower provided. It contains logs of the private messages, and they're illuminating, believe me. But we don't have True Man's identity." Anger coursed through Jessie. "But Judge Katz ordered them to give us that information. They gave us what they had. But True Man never gave any identifying information to Manpower. Even his IP address was hidden. He visited the website using a VPN, a proxy service. He could be anywhere and anyone." Jessie shook her head, momentarily forgetting her injury. The motion brought a stabbing pain to her neck, which only made her angrier. "I want to see everything Manpower gave us," she said. "I assumed you would," Graham said. She handed Jessie a folder and a thumb drive. "I printed everything out for you. Here's a hard copy and a copy of the digital files." "Thanks." "Don't thank me yet. You've got some unpleasant reading ahead of you." Later, Jessie was officially discharged, and she and Leary left the hospital. Outside, the sun was beginning to set behind the Philly skyline, a red glow between the buildings.
"Wait here," Leary said. "I'll bring my car around."
"My neck is hurt, not my legs. I can walk with you to the car." He gave her a look.
"Just humor me, will you? Let me take care of you a little."
She sighed. Even though her only wound was to her neck, the truth was the experience had fatigued her. "Okay, thanks." She watched him walk away. Her phone vibrated, and Warren Williams's name appeared on the screen. Not a surprise. She'd been expecting his call. Still, with her neck hurting and her frame of mind shaken, he wasn't a person she wanted to deal with right now. She considered sending the call to voicemail, but then reconsidered. He was her boss, after all. "Hello?"
"What the hell is going on?" he said.
"I'm okay. Thanks for your concern. It's touching."
"Sorry,"
he said, and his voice actually sounded abashed.
"Of course I want you to be okay," Warren said. "But I just spent 10 minutes getting chewed out by Rivera and his political advisor, so my social skills are a little off. I'm sorry."
Who are you kidding, Warren? Your social skills are never on. She watched traffic pass the hospital. No sign of Leary's car. She was starting to wish she'd walked with him.
2 deaths today, Warren said, and we pretty much martyred this guy Truman. Doesn't put the district attorney's office in a great light. In fact, quite the opposite. We look like fascists trying to suppress political speech. I hope you found something that justifies this warrant, Jessie.
She gripped the folder Graham had given her. The warrant's already been justified by a court of law.
You know that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the court of public opinion. Just as important, as you know. More important as far as Rivera is concerned.
She made an effort not to sigh into the phone. The higher she rose in the prosecutor's office, the more politics seemed to enter into her job. She didn't like politics. Tell him not to worry. I'm on top of it.
That's what you keep saying, but it's not what I'm seeing. First, your warrant is challenged as unconstitutional. Then a press conference puts you in front of the cameras looking like a deer in the headlights. The shooter's father goes on a vigilante attack and murders an innocent man right in front of City Hall while you're standing next to the victim on live TV. And then that same father, who's probably out of his mind, crazy with grief about his son and needing help, gets gunned down by the police. So you tell me, Miss I'm on top of it, do you think the media is praising the city's response to the Stevens Academy shootings right now?
I'm guessing that's a rhetorical question. I know you're fond of those.
The mayor is blaming Rivera. Rivera is blaming me, and now I'm telling you, fix this.
Jessie touched the bandage on her neck. As far as she was concerned, there was nothing to fix. Truman's and Lanford's deaths had been unfortunate, but they hadn't been her fault or the fault of the DA's office. There was nothing fascist or unconstitutional about the warrant. She was doing her job and doing it well. The police are already reviewing the new evidence Manpower produced, she said, and I'll personally read every page tonight. It's going to lead to the arrest of a very bad guy. By the time this is over, Rivera, the mayor, and everyone else will be fighting to take credit. After a pause, Warren said,
That's a nice story.
It's the truth. Just trust me on this.
I do. I will. But not for much longer. You need to wrap this mess up, and quickly. Do you hear me?
She did, loud and clear. 22. Jessie didn't look at the Manpower file until she was back in her apartment. Then she sat on the couch with the hard copy printouts, a legal pad, and a pen, curled her legs under her, and prepared to dive in. Leary pulled his button-down shirt out of his pants and took it off. He was wearing a plain white T-shirt underneath that hugged his toned torso. Her gaze tracked him, and she suddenly found it impossible to focus on the documents. I need to do some work, okay? She said. You can watch TV in the bedroom if you want, or surf the web. She wondered if this was how other people in the crime-fighting profession acted. Honey, why don't you keep yourself busy while I look at this grisly evidence? Or if she was just hopelessly bad at this.
Shouldn't we eat first?
Leary said. He had watched her set up her working space on the couch with a wry smile, but now he looked serious.
You might lose your appetite if the messages are as unpleasant as Graham implied. I could order Chinese.
Jessie was starting to wish he hadn't come home with her. It was an ungenerous thought and brought an immediate rush of guilt, but it was the truth. She was used to being alone, working when she wanted to work and eating when she wanted to eat, without having another person distracting her. She looked up, trying to think of a polite way to ask him to leave, and was caught off guard by the feeling of affection elicited by the sight of his eyes, his stare, tender, protective, and intense, all at the same time. All of a sudden, she didn't want him to leave at all. Clearly, this whole relationship thing is going to take some getting used to. Good idea, she said. I could go for some General Tso. An egg roll, too? She thought for a second. And wonton soup. He laughed softly.
Getting shot makes you hungry, right? I've experienced it. Something about coming close to death, facing it. It can awaken other appetites, too.
His gaze dropped to her body. She smiled back. Maybe later. Let's just stick with food for now.
Got it.
He took his cell phone into the kitchenette and called in their order. Jessie took advantage of the moment to flip through the pages in the file, not reading anything yet, but trying to see the big picture. The messages varied in length, from a couple of words to walls of text that went on for pages. She didn't do a count, but figured there had to be 20, maybe 25 individual messages to and from Truman and Russell Lanford, alias Beta Loser. All of them sent within the span of a few days just prior to the Stevens Academy shooting. The last line of the last message sent from Truman to Russell on the morning of the shooting caught her eye. "Make sure you kill them all." Nice. She closed the file. Leary was right. If she read the messages now, she might lose her appetite. She didn't want that to happen. She was really looking forward to that egg roll in particular. Her stomach rumbled at the thought of it. Leary came back into the room. "Food should be here in 20 minutes. You sure you don't want to do that other thing?" He flashed a mischievous smile. Jessie looked at his eyes again, deep and blue, and the way his toned arms extended from the sleeves of his T-shirt. The tattoo on his left bicep was on full display. What the hell, she thought. Why not? In bed, she realized he'd been right about the other appetites, too. She'd attacked him with a vigor that surprised both of them, wrapping her legs around his hard body, thrusting her hips, gripping his hair as she kissed him deeply. By the time they were done, they were both totally spent and totally satisfied. Her toes actually curled as a final wave of pleasure rolled through her. "Wow," she said. Her voice was breathy. "Maybe I should put myself in danger more often." He propped his chin on his hand and studied her. His expression turned serious again. "Don't say that. You could have been killed today. It's not a joke." "I know." She reached out and touched the firm muscles of his arm. "Thanks for suggesting this. It was wonderful. Sometimes I forget to be a person as well as a prosecutor." His smile returned. "Any time." The doorbell chimed. A few minutes later, the apartment filled with the aroma of fresh Chinese food. The Truman file waited on the couch, untouched. But not for long. No matter how enjoyable sex and food might be, she was still an assistant district attorney, and her work could only wait for so long before she itched to do it. "You want to watch a show in the bedroom while I read through the file?" She put their leftovers in the fridge, stuffed the garbage into the trash can under the sink. "Should only take me an hour or so." "Actually," Leary said, I was thinking we could review the file together. I can help you." She felt some of the glow of a great evening fade. "Leary, we've talked about this." "I know," he said. "I'm not a PPD homicide detective anymore. I promise you I'm not trying to insert myself into the investigation. I'm just saying that I'm here, right? And I have the experience, the expertise. Why not look at the messages together? It won't go farther than that." She watched his face warily. There was a note of pleading in his tone, not quite desperation, but a close cousin of it that she didn't like at all. She wished he found his new career more fulfilling. She didn't want their relationship to become a substitute for the job he'd given up. She couldn't allow that to happen. "I don't know. I just want to help," he said. She sighed. She supposed it wouldn't hurt to get his thoughts on the messages, as long as that was as far as it went. She was a lawyer, not a detective. Leary might well catch something she missed. "You can help me tonight, offer some thoughts on these private messages, but that's where it ends." "Deal," he said. They sat on the couch together and began going through the messages, each of them reading quietly. It was actually kind of nice, except for the hateful, murderous content of the messages themselves. "Jesus," Leary said at one point. She didn't ask him which part of the message he was responding to. It was all bad. For example, Truman wrote, "I get that it won't be easy finding out the code to your dad's gun safe, but you can do it. Call the safe company. Pretend to be your dad and you forgot your combination. Give them the safe serial number, any other info they ask for. They'll give you the code, and bingo. Guns. Think of the bullets hitting those bitches. Imagine their screams." Russell's response, "You really think that'll work? The company will give me the code to the safe just like that?" And Truman, "Happens all the time. Don't wait. Do it today. The sooner you call, the sooner you can walk through the gate of your school, onto the field where the sluts are practicing their teasing little slut moves, and put them down like the vermin they are." That explained how Russell gained access to the gun safe. One mystery solved. It also showed the critical role Truman had played in the shooting, safely hidden behind a screen.
There really is a conspiracy case here, Leary said. They're planning the crime together, step by step.
Unfortunately, without Truman's identity, there's no one to file charges against.
Don't give up yet.
He tapped the stack of printouts.
There's a lot of paper here, a lot of words. Maybe his identity is right here in front of us.
Jessie shook her head. I think this guy's way too smart to identify himself to Russell, even in a private message.
Too smart to do it on purpose, Leary said. But sometimes people slip up. Look here.
He pointed to the message she'd just read.
Look what he wrote. Walk through the gate of your school. How does Truman know Stevens Academy has a gate? Maybe he's a local. Maybe he's here in Philly.
Jessie was skeptical. You're deducing that from one detail he could have gotten from a Google Street View?
I'm not saying I'd put Truman in Philly based solely on one detail, but my point is there may be other details in here. Words or phrases pointing toward the same conclusion. One local detail might have come from a Google search, 10, and it's looking a lot more likely the guy lives in or close to Philadelphia. So, reading through these messages, one thing we should be asking is whether there are more details pointing toward a likelihood of local knowledge.
She smiled at him, still not fully convinced, but appreciative of his help. You're sexy when you go into detective mode.
Oh, yeah?
He arched a brow, like a man on a mission. The lighter mood was a nice break from the grim reading, but it didn't last long. Soon enough, their heads were filled with Truman's voice again, one of the most hateful, most evil she'd ever encountered.
Look at this, he said, pointing at another message. Beta Loser says, how will I get away after? And Truman says there will be more of an impact, more of a legacy if you don't. Have you heard of suicide by cop?
Sick bastard, Jessie said.
Right, but look what comes next. Russell says he might not be ready to die, but doesn't want to go to prison either. And Truman says, isn't there a SEPTA station right by the school? Maybe you could disappear into the tunnels, get some distance, and then pop out in a random part of the city and make your escape.
He knew about the subway entrance, Jessie said.
And he referred to it as a SEPTA station, like a local would. Convinced yet?
Getting there. They flipped more pages. Truman, you need to make sure all the girls are there. You'll only have one chance at these sluts, so you need to wipe them all out in one go, the whole squad. If you get there and not every bitch is at practice, if someone's sick or whatever, just turn around and go home. Don't take SEPTA, not with a bag full of guns, just catch a taxi. Beta Loser. Makes sense. Another reference to SEPTA, Jessie said.
I'm telling you, Truman knows Philly.
The thought made Jessie shiver. Okay, let's go with that assumption, for the time being. It still doesn't tell us who he is. There are a lot of people in the city.
True, Leary said, but there may be other clues in these messages.
He started flipping pages again. You're enjoying this, aren't you? He looked at her and appeared genuinely surprised.
You're not?
Well, she hedged. I don't know if I'd use the word enjoy. He cracked a smile.
Come on, Jessie. Sex, Chinese takeout, and crime solving. This is our best date yet.
She had to laugh. This is why we desperately need that Caribbean vacation. His expression turned pensive as he turned back to the documents, his analytical mind taking over, she thought.
Why is this guy doing this? He mused aloud. What's his end game? Just to kill a bunch of random cheerleaders? Can someone's hatred be that strong?
Jessie thought of something. What if he's interested in these cheerleaders in particular? These girls? What if they're now random? She tapped the stack of paper. More than once, Truman emphasizes that Russell needs to kill all of the girls on the squad. He wants these girls dead specifically.
Or maybe, Leary said, one of those girls specifically. He can't name her because that would be suspicious and it wouldn't fit the story he's selling Russell about making some kind of men's rights statement. But what if that's what all of this really is? Just an elaborate cover for the murder of one girl?
Jessie nodded. The theory had a kind of logic. This crime wasn't about two misogynistic men making a point with violence, she said, testing the theory by speaking it aloud. There was another agenda here, a hidden one.
Hidden even from Russell Lanford, Leary said.
Jessie could feel the familiar rush of the hunt. The truth was within their grasp, and so was justice. Russell was a puppet, an unwitting tool used by Truman and then thrown away.
Larry said, "Did anyone have reason to want any of these cheerleaders dead? Maybe someone at the school, another student, a parent, a teacher? If we find the person with the motive, maybe we find True Man."
"Let me call Emily." Jessie picked up her phone. She oversaw the initial interviews at Stevens Academy. Maybe there's something in the police reports that seemed irrelevant at the time, but means something now in light of our new theory.
"I love when that happens," Larry said.
Jessie called Graham and caught her up on their analysis of the evidence and their thoughts. She walked the detective through her reasoning. When she'd laid it all out, she braced herself for skepticism as a response. Instead, Graham said, "I like it." "You do?" "I'll go through the reports again. Officers canvass the school, interviewing students and teachers. Maybe something will pop. That's what we're hoping." 23. Jessie settled into her office the next morning, and after chugging 16 ounces of coffee, braced herself to tackle the mountain of backlogged emails that she'd let pile up during the last few busy days. Before she could read the first one, her phone buzzed. Turning away from Outlook, she grabbed her phone like a lifeline. Emily Graham. "We may have caught another break," the detective said over the phone. "I'm listening." Jessie felt her heart rate kick up, and it wasn't because of the massive hit of caffeine she'd just ingested. Well, it wasn't only because of that. "A student at Stevens Academy, a junior named Arabella Minsky, might have information that could be helpful in finding True Man." Jessie leaned forward in her chair. The DA's office was quiet at this hour, the hallway outside her open doorway silent. "The police didn't interview her before?" "They did, uniformed officers as part of a general canvass. The statement Minsky provided was kind of dismissed as useless at the time because, frankly, she came off as a gossip, a teenager looking to add some drama to her life. But now, suspecting True Man might be local, some of what she said seems more relevant. So I called her back in to talk." "And what did she say?" "She's still saying it. She's here right now at the Roundhouse, sitting in an interview room with Novak. I thought you'd appreciate a heads up and a chance to come by and watch." "I do appreciate it." Jessie was already shutting down her computer. The long queue of emails would have to wait another day. Jessie arrived at the Roundhouse 10 minutes later and found Graham. The detective led her into an observation room through which she could observe the interview through one-way glass. The girl, Arabella Minsky, was pretty in a wholesome girl-next-door kind of way. Blonde, smiley, petite, and young. God, these kids all looked so young, so naively innocent. It only underscored the tragedy. Arabella Minsky was cradling a cardboard mug in her hands. Starbucks, probably one of their sticky, sweet concoctions that bore only the slightest connection, if any, to coffee. Jessie could practically smell the syrup through the wall. Novak sat across from her. His phone was on the table. He wasn't looking at it, but every so often his fingers inched toward it as if he were dying to grab it off the table and check Facebook. Jessie shook her head and couldn't help smiling. The veteran detective was more addicted to social media than the teenage girl. She supposed there was a first time for everything. The door opened, and Graham walked into the interview room. She pulled up a chair and said, "Sorry about the wait. I had to make some calls. I hope my partner here kept you entertained." Arabella Minsky offered a half-hearted smile. "Yeah, it's fine." "So," Graham went on, "you were telling us about some of the girls on the cheerleading squad, the victims." The girl's face seemed to light up, and she leaned forward with a conspiratorial expression. She didn't make any effort to try to look sad or mask her glee in spilling super-secret school gossip to her new detective friends. Jessie felt a flash of distaste, but forced herself to dismiss it. Teenagers weren't fully developed human beings, even though they thought they were. In time, Arabella Minsky would probably mature into a fine, empathetic young woman. In the meantime, if her gossipy nature could help the police find the man who'd helped end the lives of 17 people, Jessie could cut her some slack. "I told the police lots of important stuff before," the girl said. She pouted. "They didn't seem very interested." "They were," Graham said with an assuring voice. "They sent your statement straight to me. I'm the lead detective. We're all extremely interested in what you have to say." From the look on Arabella's face, you'd think she'd just won the Mega Millions jackpot. Maybe, in her teenage world where social currency was at least as important as the kind printed on paper, she had. "I heard you're looking for someone now," Arabella said. Some guy on the internet who helped Russell. She shuddered. So creepy. It's an ongoing investigation, and we're exploring numerous leads, Graham said vaguely. In your statement, you told the officers that you knew a lot about the victims, that you were close, and that we should talk to you if we wanted to know about them. People have secrets, you know. And I respect that. Everyone would tell you that you can trust me to keep a secret normally. But I just think when there's been a crime and people are dead, you can't keep secrets anymore. I agree, Graham said. I don't think anyone would argue with that. Right, Detective Novak? Novak nodded. Better to get everything out in the open. Arabella beamed. Jessie sensed that the detective's permission was all the excuse she needed to blurt out the juicy info she'd been bursting at the seams to reveal. For example, Jordan Dunn. She had a big secret. Graham glanced at her notes. Jordan Dunn, Jr., age 16. One of the victims. Right, she was, super pretty. If you asked anyone on the street to describe what a cheerleader should look like, they'd describe Jordan. She could have any guy at Stevens Academy for a boyfriend. She could have college guys. But she didn't, Graham said. There was a little bit of discomfort visible in her expression, and Jessie thought she probably found the girl's gossipy tone distasteful, too. Arabella leaned forward and lowered her voice to the point that the room's microphones barely picked it up. Jordan was hooking up with a teacher. Really? Graham said. What was this teacher's name? Jordan wouldn't tell me. Arabella rolled her eyes theatrically. I know, right? Total drama queen. The irony of this girl labeling anyone else a drama queen was too rich to ignore, and Graham shot a covert smirk toward Jessie through the one-way glass. But she told you she was having an affair with a teacher? A member of the Stevens Academy faculty? Well, she didn't call it an affair, but yeah, they were hooking up. Was this person one of Jordan's teachers, or just a teacher at the school? I'm not sure. Arabella frowned. She looked a little disappointed in her own lack of details. It was a man, though, a male teacher. She definitely called him a him, so it wasn't, a lesbo thing. Okay, Graham said. So, one of the victims, Jordan Dunn, was involved in an affair, or let's call it an inappropriate relationship, with a male teacher at the school. Crazy, right? Arabella said. Some of her enthusiasm was returning. You think that only happens on TV, but it happens in real life, too, probably all the time. Did Jordan give you any other details about the teacher? What class he taught, how old he was, whether he was single or married? Arabella suddenly blushed, her cheeks reddening so much that Jessie could see the change through the one-way glass. She said he was great, at doing it. Is that helpful? Graham, in a tone of grave seriousness, said, It's extremely helpful, Arabella. The girl smiled ear to ear. I have more information. Do you know about Kaylee Teal? Graham looked confused. She flipped through her notes, then shook her head. Her name hasn't come up in the investigation. She wasn't one of the victims. That's because she was cut from the cheerleading squad 2 weeks before the shooting. Graham shot another quick glance toward Jessie through the one-way glass. How did Kaylee feel about that? Do you think she held a grudge against the rest of the team? Oh, she definitely did. She said they were a bunch of stupid whores who didn't know anything about cheerleading. She said they didn't know a Kewpie from a basket toss. She said Ms. K didn't care about the sport, and that's why she let Kaylee get cut. Jessie noted the use of the word whore, and was sure Graham did, too. Echoes of True Man in the Manpower Forum. And by Ms. K, you mean Ms. Carenza, the coach? Graham said. Uh-huh. Kaylee said she was as stupid as the rest of them and wasn't qualified to coach a preschool dance class. Sounds like Kaylee was very angry. Yep. She said they'd regret it. She said she was going to get back at them. Graham arched an eyebrow. Did she say how? No. Why was Kaylee cut from the squad? Arabella shrugged. Grades? You need at least to be average to participate in varsity. There's a rule about it. But Kaylee said that's bullshit because the school breaks the rules for the football and basketball teams all the time. She said she's just as much an athlete as those guys and more of an athlete than any of the other girls on the squad. The stupid whores, Graham said, reading from her notes. Her words, not mine. I like the other girls. Liked. It's still hard to believe they're gone. Is Kaylee good with computers? Arabella looked surprised by the question. I don't know. It's not like she's making her own apps or anything. Does she have any family members who work with computers? A boyfriend, maybe? Arabella laughed. She doesn't have a boyfriend. I don't know her family. Graham paused. Jessie could see her processing all of the new information, thinking of follow-up questions. Jessie didn't need to be a mind reader to know what the detective was thinking. Both the salacious rumor about Jordan Dunn and the existence of an angry former member of the cheerleading squad both had the potential to be important leads. 24. After a brief conference, Jessie Black left the roundhouse to catch up on her work at the DA's office, and Graham and Novak went to Jordan Dunn's house to follow up on the lead Arabella Minsky had provided. Novak drove. In the passenger seat, Graham silently cautioned herself not to get too excited. This case seemed perpetually on the verge of breaking, yet they never managed to make real progress. The dead bodies were piling up, but were they any closer to making a solid conspiracy case against Truman, a person they still hadn't even identified? Novak parked, and they got out of the car. The house was a two-story colonial, light blue, sitting on a quiet street in the suburbs. The mailbox at the foot of the driveway was in the shape of a sailboat. Graham led the way to the front door. A small army of wind chimes tinkled in the breeze. She and Novak exchanged a look. Then they heard screams through the front door, not the kind that gave rise to probable cause, thankfully. These were happy screams, high-pitched and full of gleeful energy. Kids. Graham rang the bell. A few seconds later, a woman opened the door. It seemed to take her a moment to focus on Graham and Novak. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and the bags under them were puffy. "Miss Dunn?" Graham said. "Yes?" "We're from the Philadelphia Police Department. My name is Detective Graham. This is Detective Novak. We'd like to ask you some questions about your daughter. May we come in?" "Questions about Jordan?" the woman said. Her voice cracked on the last syllable. "Yes, it could be important." "But she's already gone. All those poor girls are. What could be important about asking questions now?" A squeal of laughter issued from inside the house.
"Please, Miss Dunn," Novak said. "We only need a few moments of your time."
Dunn cast a look behind her, into the house. "I have guests. My younger daughter is having a play date. We won't be long," Graham said. The woman hesitated for another second, then gestured for them to enter. She led them through a cheerful-looking entryway, but her bearing was anything but cheerful. Her walk seemed slow, dragging. Her grief was almost palpable. "We're sorry for your loss," Graham said, wishing she'd said it earlier. "Thanks." There was a carpeted staircase leading upstairs, with a few stuffed animals scattered on the steps. Dunn led them past the stairs and into a brightly lit kitchen. Two children streaked past them, barely as tall as Graham's knees. "That's my daughter Ellie," Dunn said, "and her friend from down the street." A woman entered the kitchen from another room. "Everything okay?" Dunn nodded. "These are detectives. They want to talk about, you know. Do you mind watching the girls?" "Of course not. Take your time." The woman smiled awkwardly, then disappeared as quickly as she'd appeared. Dunn looked like she wanted to disappear, too. "Is there a place we can sit down?" Graham said. "I'd rather not." Dunn crossed her arms over her chest and leaned her back against the refrigerator. It was a white fridge, not the fancy stainless steel kind, and it was covered with drawings and notes and magnets. Dunn's shoulder brushed against a magnet shaped like a watermelon, and it dropped from the fridge and clattered on the tile floor. Dunn didn't seem to notice until Novak bent to pick it up. "Thanks," she mumbled. "I don't know if you've been following the news," Graham said. "We're investigating the possible involvement of a second person in the shooting. Someone who may have been helping Russell Lanford. We think this person may live in the area and may have had a personal motive for wanting to hurt these young women." Dunn nodded. "I saw on TV. You got a subpoena for that website?" "A warrant, yes." An unwanted image flashed through her mind. Wesley Lanford turning toward her with his rifle. Her mouth went dry. She swallowed. "Did Jordan have any enemies?" Dunn's face twisted, and Graham thought she might laugh out loud. She wouldn't be the first person to laugh at that question. The word enemies was so overly dramatic, and the context of a murder investigation so stressful that a lot of people burst into giggles just from sheer nerves. Dunn didn't, though. She wiped her eyes and shook her head. No enemies. Graham glanced at Novak. He looked as uncomfortable as she felt. They both knew what was coming next wouldn't be easy for anyone in the room. I know this is difficult, Graham said, but we only have a few more questions. Was Jordan seeing anyone? Like a boyfriend? Dunn said. She wiped her eyes again. No, she went to parties, stuff like that. We gave her freedom as long as she came home by 11, but no boyfriend. Are you sure? One of the other students at Stevens Academy seems to be under the impression that Jordan was seeing someone. Dunn shrugged. I don't know why she would keep it a secret. She was very open with me. Well, Graham said, what if the person she was seeing was older? Do you think she might keep that a secret? Older? Dunn's shoulder knocked another magnet off the fridge. What do you mean? How much older? A teacher, Graham said. Dunn shook her head so vigorously that her hair fanned around her head. Not possible. Jordan would never. No. Whoever told you that is a liar. I know this is difficult to hear. It's not true. Would it be okay if we had a look at Jordan's bedroom? Dunn stared at her as if Graham had requested to deface her daughter's grave. No, absolutely not. I want you to leave my house, right now. This is ridiculous. We can get a warrant, Novak said, if we have to. She wheeled on him. Are you threatening me? We're just looking for answers, Graham said. Don't you want the people responsible for Jordan's death to be brought to justice? I'm calling my husband. She moved to the kitchen counter and detached a cell phone from its charging cable, then started tapping the screen. Graham chewed her lip. Okay, I think that's a good idea. We should talk to your husband, too. While you get him on the phone, would it be all right if we went upstairs? No, it would not be all right. Graham gave Novak a look. He turned his back on the kitchen and pulled out his own phone, starting the process of getting a warrant based on Arabella Minsky's statement. Meanwhile, Dunn was talking into her phone, her voice edging closer to hysteria. Graham could just barely hear a male voice on the other end of the line, loud and angry. Dunn ended the call and glared at Graham defiantly. My husband is on his way. Warrant's in progress, Novak said, putting away his phone. It's going to take longer this way, Graham said, trying one more time. We were hoping to have a quick look around and get out of your hair. Dunn glared at her. And he's calling our lawyer, too. I heard all about how you bullied that website into releasing the private information of its users, and you got that guy Truman killed trying to protect his users' privacy. All for some witch hunt when everyone knows the only person to blame here is Russell Lanford, and he's dead. Now you come here and accuse my daughter of... Enough is enough. The other woman poked her head into the kitchen again. Are you okay? Just watch the girls, Dunn snapped. The woman hurriedly backed out of sight. Dunn shook her head. Tears streamed down her face. What do you think you're going to find, anyway? She said to Graham. I don't know. Maybe Jordan kept a diary. Maybe there are love letters, or you people are shameless. The husband arrived before the warrant. He had thick silver hair and wore a dark gray power suit. He didn't really look anything like Wesley Lanford, but that didn't stop a chill from dancing up Graham's spine. He was an angry father, and his entrance triggered something in her, post-traumatic stress, left over from her rooftop shooting. Novak, seeming to sense this, touched her arm and stepped forward to take the lead. Mr. Dunn, my name is Detective Novak. I want you out of my house right now. Mr. Dunn, Novak said, we're here because your daughter may have been involved in a romantic relationship with one of the teachers at Stevens Academy. If that's the case, that teacher may have had something to do with the shooting in which she died. I don't see how that makes any sense. The two little girls burst into the kitchen. The one in the lead yelled, Daddy! And crashed into her father's legs, hugging him. The woman followed the girls, an apologetic look on her face. They heard his voice, she said. Sorry. It's okay, Miss Dunn said. She crouched beside her daughter and peeled the girl away from her father's legs. Ellie, Mommy and Daddy need to do grown-up things now, okay? Why don't you show Susie the new doll Grandma gave you? Ellie looked at her mother, and for a second, Graham was taken aback by the expression on the little girl's face. Old beyond her years, tired and skeptical, and even cynical. Then she was beaming and excitedly telling her friend about her new toy, and the two girls took off like rockets out of the kitchen.
Jordan wasn't having a relationship with a teacher, Mr. Dunn said. His voice was thick with anger. His wife's gaze was still on the spot where Ellie had recently stood, hugging her father's legs. "You know what she asks me every morning?" she said, looking at Graham as if daring her to ask. "What?" "She asks me if Jordan is still dead. Every morning it's her first thought. It's her first question. Is my sister still dead?" The woman's voice broke. "I can't stand this anymore." "Go lie down," her husband said. "I'll handle this." Miss Dunn seemed to hesitate. Her husband nodded reassuringly. She cast a final scowl at Graham and Novak, then left the kitchen to join her friend and the kids. Mr. Dunn regarded them with barely concealed rage. "I'm going to file a complaint with the police department. Harassment. How dare you come into our house and upset my wife? Our daughter was just killed, for God's sake. We're grieving." "And we respect that," Novak said. Graham said, "We're not here to upset anyone. We're trying to find the other person responsible for Jordan's death." "Don't say her name," he snapped. Then with an angry laugh, "Other person? What a joke. As if there's a shadowy conspiracy to kill cheerleaders." "In this case, we believe there was," Graham said. Something about her tone must have affected him, because his harsh laughter cut off as sharply as if someone had flipped a switch. "This is ludicrous," he said. "Why don't you show us your daughter's bedroom?" Graham said. "If it's ludicrous, then we'll find nothing, and that will be the end of it." "Fine." His teeth flashed. "This way." They followed him upstairs. There were 4 bedrooms, the master, one for each daughter, and a guest room, Graham supposed. The doors all stood open, but Mr. Dunn stopped at the threshold of Jordan's room as if stopped by an invisible wall. Graham heard him suck in a long, shaky breath, and then he stepped inside. She and Novak followed. "This is Jordan's room?" Graham said. Dunn nodded. He wiped a finger under one eye, looked away from them. "It's, very neat," Novak said. "I have a daughter. She's an adult now, a mother, but when she was a teenager, her room was always a mess." Graham took another step into the room. The double-sized bed was made. There were no clothes on the floor or draped over the furniture. The closet doors were closed, as were the drawers of the dresser. Graham didn't have a teenage girl, but she'd been one herself not long ago. Compared to this, she lived like a hobo. "Did you clean up in here?" she asked. Dunn wiped his eye again. "A little bit. Not much. Jordan was very neat." Not just neat, Graham thought. Mature. Framed prints from the Philadelphia Museum of Art adorned the walls, where she would expect to find posters of bands or movie stars. There were no stuffed animals on the bed, no magazines on the nightstand. On a small desk under a window there was a stack of SAT prep books, an Asus laptop, and a Kindle. Graham picked up the e-reader, turned it on, and looked over a library of literary works. Not your typical teenage reading material. She put the Kindle down. Through the window she could see the backyard, where a swing set had been erected. Dunn came up beside her. "The girls don't usually, didn't play together because of the age difference. But sometimes they would swing together out there. Now I look at those swings and I want to, I don't know, tear it all down." Graham gazed down at the swings and imagined the teenager and her little sister swinging side by side, laughing, talking. She felt a pang in her chest and knew it could only be the faintest echo of the pain the Dunns were experiencing. "Do you mind?" She opened the desk drawers one at a time, forcing herself to work slowly and meticulously, and sensitively, to the extent that was possible. "Would it make a difference if I said I did?" Dunn said. On the other side of the room, Novak crouched and looked under the bed. "What are you looking for, anyway?" "Even when people want to keep an affair secret, they often can't resist keeping mementos. A ticket stub, a small gift, that sort of thing." Dunn made a sound of exasperation. "Look, even if it were true, even if Jordan was having some kind of affair with a teacher, what's the point of proving it? Haven't we been through enough? Jordan is dead, a victim of a random act of senseless violence. Why tarnish her memory by making her out to be some kind of
His voice trailed off, but the unspoken word hung in the air. Slut. Graham felt a spike of anger. If she was involved with the teacher, it wasn't her fault. It would mean she was taken advantage of, and it's possible that this teacher orchestrated her death just to cover up his inappropriate behavior. If that's what happened, don't you want to bring it to light? Doesn't Jordan deserve that? Dunn seemed to struggle with these questions. At last, he said, I don't know. Novak had moved on from the bed to the dresser. Graham finished searching the desk and opened the closet. Dunn hovered by her shoulder, but did not interfere. Every so often, they heard the children laughing downstairs. That was the only sound. After 45 minutes, it became clear they weren't going to find anything. Can I see her phone? Graham said. Dunn stared at her blankly. We don't have it. We assumed the police recovered it from the crime scene. Graham shook her head. They hadn't found any phones at the crime scene, but then they hadn't really been looking for phones. The shooting had seemed so cut and dried at the time. Senseless, random killing by a disturbed adolescent. Graham had not even thought to look for the victims' phones. We'll need to take the laptop with us, Graham said. Go ahead, you won't find anything. I told you it's not true. It's a filthy lie. Given the total lack of evidence, Graham was beginning to doubt the story herself. After all, how likely was it that the young woman who'd lived in this room, mature beyond her years, intellectual, responsible, would be friends with a gossipy airhead like Arabella Minsky, much less confide secrets to her? The thought prompted Graham to ask the question aloud. Was Jordan friendly with a girl named Arabella Minsky? Arabella? Of course. John Minsky is my business partner. The girls have been friends since they were toddlers. Why? What does Arabella have to do with this? His face shifted as understanding dawned on him. Arabella is your source? I didn't say that, Graham said, silently cursing herself for asking the question in the first place. But now that it was out in the open, the information had an unexpected effect. Knowing that the rumor had come from Arabella Minsky seemed to force Dunn to consider it more seriously. He sat down hard on the bed. A teacher. Oh, Jordan. Tears leaked from his eyes, and this time he didn't bother to wipe them away. Oh, why didn't you say something to us? Graham waited patiently for Dunn to regain his composure. Novak, meanwhile, collected the laptop. 25. Jesse met Graham and Novak at the roundhouse. The detectives were returning from a visit to the house of Jordan Dunn's family, but judging by what Graham had told her on the phone, they hadn't found much. Their hope was that Kaylee Teal, their other new lead, would be more promising. They had asked her to come in for an interview. Jessie arrived ahead of them and was waiting in the homicide division when Graham and Novak walked in. Graham had a frustrated frown on her face. Novak was holding a laptop under one arm. Jessie caught their attention, and they headed toward her. Jordan Dunn's computer? Jessie said. Graham nodded. Maybe there's something useful on it. If the girl was really sleeping with a teacher, there's got to be some evidence somewhere. A photo, an email, something. What about her phone? Jessie said. She thought she saw a look of embarrassment flash across Graham's face, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. We don't have it. Are you looking for it? In the modern world, phones had practically become extensions of people's personalities, and the contact lists, notes, web browser history, GPS data, and other information stored on the small devices could be invaluable. Novak, who seemed excessively attached to his, should have known that better than anyone. "How's it going, Toby?" said a deep voice. Jessie turned, then looked up. They had been joined by a giant, a man who had to be close to 7 feet tall, and who sported a thick, black beard that would have fit in better at a lumberjack convention than a metropolitan police station. He had hands that were bigger than some people's faces, and he used them to take Jordan Dunn's laptop out of Novak's grip. "I've had better days," Novak said to the man. "Emily Graham, Jesse Black, meet Eldon Greenfield, one of the department's best computer geeks." Graham stared at him with an openly skeptical expression. "You don't look like a computer geek." Jessie had to agree. Eldon sighed. "Sorry, I left my pocket protector at home today. So, what's the story? Perp deleted the hard drive? Used some kind of fancy encryption?" "It's not the perp's computer," Novak said. "It belonged to one of the victims.
and I don't know if it's encrypted. We never turned it on."
Eldon stared at him.
"And you called me because you're a computer guy. We're hoping, I don't know, that you could run some kind of search for us. We're looking for information about a boyfriend or a teacher."
Eldon scratched his beard.
"You don't need one of the department's best computer geeks to run a search like that, Toby. This is beneath me." "Did I mention she may have been having sex with the teacher?"
Novak said. Eldon perked up, apparently developing a sudden interest in his assignment.
"I'll see what I can find."
15 minutes after Eldon Greenfield left with Jordan Dunn's laptop, Kaylee Teal arrived. Once again, Jessie retreated to the observation room to watch through one-way glass. Graham and Novak escorted the former cheerleader into the same interview room they'd used for Arabella Minsky, but the teenager that entered the room was nothing like Arabella. Kaylee walked with the confidence of a runway model, all hips and long legs, and had an outfit to match. She slid out of her jacket, flashing the telltale plaid lining of Burberry, and handed it to Graham as if the detective were a coat check attendant. Jessie wasn't exactly a fashionista, but she knew enough about designer labels to surmise that Kaylee's blouse, pencil skirt, and heels probably cost more than Jessie's, Graham's, and Novak's wardrobes combined. Not to mention the Fendi bag she placed on the battered metal table, or the meticulous makeup, salon-perfect blonde hair, or professionally pristine maroon fingernails. Not bad for a teenager. The question was, why dress up for a meeting with the police? Was this a case of wealthy but oblivious teenager not knowing any better, or was there intent behind her choices? A message sent to her interrogators that she was not intimidated by them, that she was above the law? Watching her, Jessie wondered. Kaylee took a seat in one of the metal chairs. She leaned back and draped one long, bare leg over the other, appearing totally at ease in the grim police interview room. Graham sat down across from her. Novak remained on his feet, leaning against a wall and trying to be unobtrusive in a corner. Jessie smirked. Apparently, the plan was for Graham to try to make a connection with Kaylee and initiate some girl talk. The strategy had worked with Arabella Minsky, but Jessie had her doubts it would be effective here. "Thanks for coming, Kaylee." "Did I have a choice?" There was no anger or even irritation in the girl's calm voice, just a simple question. But the girl's blue eyes seemed to watch Graham with the sharp attentiveness of an opponent. Graham put on a surprised expression. "Of course, we asked you to stop by as a favor, not an order." "I didn't realize that. You should be more careful not to give the wrong impression." Again, no overtly adversarial tone, but the girl's eyes seemed to glint with subdued anger. "I don't like her." "I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression," Graham said. Of course, this was a bald-faced lie. Half of the police department playbook involved giving people the wrong impression, whether to get them to waive their right to counsel, consent to a warrantless search, or voluntarily come to the roundhouse to be interrogated. But Graham managed to sound sincere. "No worries," Kaylee said. She glanced at her watch. Diamonds reflected the overhead fluorescent lights as she turned her wrist. She said, "I have lunch plans in an hour. Do you think this will take a long time?" "It shouldn't take long at all. We're just wrapping up our investigation of the shooting, and we're hoping you can help us fill in some of the blanks in our investigation." "Wrapping up," Kaylee said. "What about that warrant that was on the news? It didn't lead anywhere?" Jessie leaned forward and tried to read the girl's face. Was that a hint of a smirk? A mischievous twinkle in her eyes? Jessie couldn't be sure. Kaylee was frustratingly calm, her features as smooth as polished stone. "I can't discuss that part of the investigation at this time," Graham said. "I see," Kaylee shrugged. "So, what do you want to know?" "You used to be on the Stevens Academy cheerleading squad, right?" "I was the best one on it. The only one with a private coach outside of school. Not that anyone cared, obviously." "You were pretty angry when they cut you from the squad because of your grades," Graham said. Her voice was all sympathy, as if she were describing an outrageous injustice. "I don't know if I'd use the word angry. Say I was disappointed. I thought the school's administrators had better judgment." She shrugged. "Life goes on." "For you it does," Jessie thought. "Just disappointed?" Graham said. "Are you sure? I mean, there's nothing wrong with being angry when something like this happens. It's an appropriate reaction." Kaylee shrugged again. Her poise didn't slip even a notch. I wasn't angry. This is only high school. It's nothing in the scheme of things. I was disappointed, but I moved on. Okay, Graham said. Then she paused, as if thinking. I only asked because we heard that you'd told some people you were going to do something to get back at the squad. Kaylee's lips turned down in a frown of distaste. You talked to Arabella. I thought I smelled that idiot's prescription dandruff shampoo. She wrinkled her nose. If you believe anything that girl says, you must really be grasping for straws. Well, like I said, we heard that you said you were going to do something to the squad. That's called hearsay, right? When someone tells you what another person told them. Jessie stiffened at the girl's use of the legal term. She was right, and presumably she raised the issue because she knew that, generally, hearsay wasn't permitted as evidence in court because it wasn't a witness's first-hand knowledge, and denied a defendant the right to question his or her accuser. This girl's done some legal research. Why? Was Kaylee Teal actually true man? It didn't seem out of the question. Even from this brief interview, she came across as smooth, calculating, a game player. All traits of a sociopath. With her long legs and cold blue eyes, she might make a hell of a femme fatale one day, assuming she didn't spend the rest of her life in prison. It won't be hearsay if you tell me yourself, Graham said. I don't remember ever saying I was going to get anyone back. Not quite a denial, Jessie noted. Did you refer to the other girls on the squad as stupid whores? I don't remember saying that either. But you were disappointed, Graham said, her tone rich with sarcasm. Were you disappointed in yourself for not studying harder, or did you just blame everyone else? Studying harder? Please. Do you think the troglodytes on the football team study hard? Some of them can barely tie their shoes. A double standard, Graham said. But what about the other cheerleaders? Could they tie their shoes and keep their grades up, too? Grades aren't always about studying. What do you mean? Oh, I don't know. Maybe I should have spread my legs for a few of my teachers, she said with a sarcastic grin. That seemed to work for at least one of my squad mates. Maybe that's the only way for a woman to succeed, right? The lessons we learn at the August Stevens Academy School for Gender Equality. As she spoke the last two words, she seemed to challenge Graham with her gaze. That's right, her eyes seemed to say. I know all about manpower. Graham didn't take the bait. Are you talking about Jordan Dunn? I'm just repeating some vague gossip I might have heard. Do you know the name of the teacher? Like I said, vague gossip. Unlike some girls, I don't really take an active interest in that kind of drama. I'm too busy living my own life. What business is it of mine if a girl wants to whore herself out to turn a C into a B? For someone who's only disappointed and not angry, you sure sound angry. Jessie agreed. And she had to wonder, how could someone so young and so obviously privileged be so bitter? At her age, Jessie would have given anything for what Kaylee had. Flawless beauty, fancy clothes, 2 parents. When Kaylee didn't respond, Graham said, Okay, so you're cut from the squad, while other girls less deserving than you, girls without private coaches, girls who trade sex for grades, get to stay on the squad. And you're disappointed. What did you do about it? Did you complain to the administration, or did you decide to handle things in your own way? Kaylee was silent for a stretch of seconds as she studied the detective. Am I some sort of a suspect? Or just gathering information, Graham said. Because I don't recall you reading me my rights, or asking my parents' permission to question me without them being present. You're not under arrest. Graham did an admirable job of sounding confident, but Jessie suspected she knew she was on shaky ground. Very shaky ground. This teen was too well informed. So I'm free to leave? Graham hesitated. I'd prefer if you stayed. You've been incredibly helpful, and we have a lot of other questions about the cheerleading squad. Kaylee rose from her chair. I'm done with your questions. May I have my jacket, please? Graham rose from her chair as well, but she didn't reach for the jacket. Can you spare another 10 minutes? We can move on to another subject. I'll tell you what, Detective Graham, she said. She reached past Graham and grabbed the jacket herself, then swung it over her shoulders and thrust her arms through the sleeves. If you have other questions, you can ask my lawyer. Enough was enough. They'd pushed the boundaries of the Miranda law as far as they could go. Jessie leaned forward, found the right button on the console in front of her, and spoke into a microphone linked to a receiver in Graham's ear. Let her go. 26. That night, Graham and Novak sat in a parked car. Across the street, the Teal house stood on a spacious suburban plot. Graham had ended the Kaylee Teal interview earlier than she'd wanted, rather than risk a Miranda violation. She'd had to let the girl go just when she'd begun to disturb her icy veneer. Graham hoped Kaylee might still be rattled enough to do something rash, something stupid. Hence, this good old-fashioned stakeout. Sitting in a car for hours with Novak was no picnic, though. She'd forgotten how irritating her partner could be. She tried not to glare at him as he noisily sucked a Frappuccino from a Starbucks cup and thumbed through the latest Facebook updates on his phone. Her fingers tightened painfully around the steering wheel. Would you put that thing away? Her voice came out harsher than she'd intended. The screen's glowing is going to give us away. You may as well bust out a spotlight and shine it on our car. Novak gazed doubtfully at the Teal's house across the street. Several of the rooms in the mini-mansion were lit up. Graham knew what he was thinking. The family was awake and busy, probably not paying much attention to the quiet residential street beyond their windows. But he stuffed his phone in his pocket anyway. Thanks, she said. Novak slurped his frozen drink. By the time he'd sucked the final dregs from the cup, she was grinding her teeth. After that, they sat in blissful silence, punctuated only by an occasional breeze buffeting the car. They watched the house. If we can't use our phones, how are we supposed to not die of boredom? Novak said. You were a cop before cell phones existed. You tell me. You say that like I'm 100 years old. How about talking? Graham said. You want to talk? Now you sound like my wife. His voice was dour, but he cracked a smile. What do you want to talk about? Graham exhaled. She was feeling fidgety, just as bored as Novak. She needed to focus her mind on something while her eyes continued the dull task of staring at the house. How about our other lead? She said. You make any progress finding Jordan Dunn's teacher with benefits? Not really. I checked in with Eldon. He scoured Jordan's laptop and came up empty. Graham took a swig from a bottled water. And we still don't have her phone. Nope. One in her house, one at the crime scene. She looked at him with more interest. Do you think that's meaningful? Novak shrugged. Hard to say. Well, we should look harder for it. Add that to the to-do list. Agreed. Novak yawned. There are 7 male teachers employed by Stevens Academy, and an 8th who was employed but retired last year. None of them was Jordan Dunn's teacher at the time of her death. I suppose we'll have to interview all of them. More items on the to-do list. The non-stop thrills of a homicide cop, Graham said. Even while talking to Novak, Graham focused part of her attention on the house. Now, something caught her eye. Movement near the side of the building. She leaned forward and peered into the darkness. It was Kaylee Teal, walking from the house to a Mercedes-Benz parked in the driveway. There was no attempt at stealth. She strode with purpose, opened the door, and slid behind the wheel. A second later, the engine thrummed to life and the headlights went on. She's on the move, Graham said, starting their own vehicle. In Daddy's Benz, Novak said. At least I hope it's her parents' car. If it's her car, then I was really deprived as a child. The Mercedes drove past them and down the quiet street. Graham waited until it made a right turn onto a side street, then put their unmarked car in drive and followed. Where do you think she's going? Novak said. Graham didn't know, but she was going to find out. They tailed the Mercedes from the suburbs to downtown Philly, keeping 2 cars between them when possible. Pretty quickly, Kaylee's destination became apparent. She's heading for Stevens Academy. At 10 p.m.? Is the school even open at this hour? I guess we'll find out. Kaylee parallel parked along the street in front of the school. Graham and Novak circled the block once, then parked a block away and followed on foot, arriving at the school just in time to see her climb the fancy wrought iron fence and leap gracefully over it. Guess all those private lessons paid off, Graham whispered. Novak smirked. Cheerleader skills in action. Kaylee had swapped her skirt, blouse, and heels for sneakers, black yoga pants, and a sweater, an ensemble that probably cost just as much but was eminently preferable for skullduggery. Graham supposed if you're going to sneak around at night and break into your school, you may as well do it in style. "How are your climbing skills?" Graham said. Novak stared doubtfully at the fence. "I'll go around, try to find another way in." "Okay, call for backup, too." She faced the fence, then turned back to Novak and added, "And Jessie Black, let her know." Novak let out a quiet laugh. "You two are tight now, huh?" "We girls gotta stick together." "Even though she's a lawyer?" "Nobody's perfect." She spent a few seconds studying the fence, then took a running jump, hit it about 4 feet off the ground, and clung like a monkey. The wrought iron was thankfully rust-free, but the metal was cold and bit into her bare hands. She grimaced. Her legs swung beneath her, and the pull of gravity was more intense than she'd anticipated, but she managed to haul herself up to the top of the fence, swing over, and drop. Her shoes hit the grass on the other side with a silent but ankle-jarring impact. She looked back through the bars to give Novak a reassuring nod, but he was already gone. "Okay," she thought. "Time to find the cheerleader and see what the hell she's up to." The school grounds were lit sporadically with in-ground spotlights and a few blue safety lights mounted on the side of the school building, but it was still hard to see. She peered into the darkness. Then a sound reached her, quiet but instantly recognizable. The sound of a metal key clinking and scraping against a lock plate as it searched for a keyhole. Graham jogged in the direction of the sound. There she was, blonde hair tucked into a neat ponytail, dressed all in black except for the stray designer label catching the ambient light. The world's most glamorous burglar. Apparently she had a key to the school. Graham pondered that. Maybe a leftover from her days on the cheerleading squad? Her theory was somewhat confirmed when Kaylee pulled the door open and Graham saw that it led to the school's gymnasium. Kaylee slipped inside. Graham debated waiting for backup, then dismissed the idea. Even if this girl turned out to be true man, she wasn't a physical threat. Graham waited a beat, then followed her inside. The gym was even darker than the nighttime grounds outside. Graham entered quickly and moved to the side so she wouldn't be silhouetted by the light. The smell of the gym's waxy hardwood floor brought a rush of memories, most of them unpleasant. She saw Kaylee head for a door to what she assumed were the locker rooms. She almost laughed. She'd spent a good chunk of her high school years trying to avoid the gym locker room. Kaylee was breaking into one. She pursued the girl into the locker room. At first, all she saw was darkness. She took a tentative step forward, touching a hand to the cold metal lockers lining one wall in an attempt to keep her bearings. The lights went on in a blinding flash. Graham raised a hand to shield her eyes, then realized her mistake as Kaylee charged past her, almost knocking her over. Shit! Graham turned and gave chase. Kaylee pounded halfway across the gym before the lights in the gym came on as well. This time, it wasn't Kaylee who turned them on, but Novak. He stood with 2 uniformed officers. Kaylee looked at them and stopped running. "Do you want to call your lawyer now?" Graham said. "Because this time you are under arrest." 27. The locker room? Jessie held her phone to her face as the taxi sped through the mostly empty streets, rushing toward the school. Why? "We don't know yet." Graham's voice sounded tense through the connection. "She must have spotted me or sensed I was there. I don't know. I never had a chance to see what she sneaked into the locker room to do. She blinded me with the lights and bolted. We'll have to see what information we can get out of her once her lawyer shows up." The detective did not sound optimistic. "The locker room," Jessie said again. "What are you thinking?" "I'm not sure yet. Let me go. I'll see you in a few minutes." She ended the call and made another, this time to the mobile number of Clark Harrison, the principal. "Hello?" She heard a TV in the background. "This is Jessica Black, the assistant DA. I remember." The sound of the TV cut off. "Is something wrong?" "I'm on my way to the school. There's been a break-in. One of the students tried to access the girls' locker room, and we believe it may have something to do with the shooting." "What student?" Jessie watched the street signs pass her window as the taxi drew closer to the school. "We can talk about that later. Right now, I need you to tell me who has the ability and the legal right to open the lockers." "Oh, well, I guess I do. I have a master key in my office. It opens all of the lockers in the school." Jessie nodded. "That's what I was hoping. Can you meet me at the school now?" "Whatever you need." "Thanks." Jessie arrived at Stevens Academy a few minutes later. The taxi dropped her off behind 2 police cruisers. The gate was open. A uniformed cop stood beside it, drinking a Red Bull. Jessie showed him her ID, and he let her through. Harrison arrived soon after, looking disheveled in jeans and a sweatshirt. They walked to his office first, and she waited patiently while he collected a keyring from his desk drawer. Then they walked together through the darkened hallways toward the gym.
"Can you tell me who broke into the school?"
he said as they walked. "Kaylee Teal."
Kaylee is, well, I guess you could call her headstrong.
We understand she was recently cut from the cheerleading squad. He shot her an anxious look.
That was based purely on grades. The policy's been vetted by our legal counsel.
Jessie gave him a sideways glance. Did this guy have any mode other than ass covering? She tried to imagine him in a teaching role and couldn't quite manage it. "Let's take it one step at a time," she said. They found a strange assemblage of people in the women's locker room. There were 3 uniformed cops, all of them men, and one of them, who was sitting on a bench, looked almost young enough to be on a high school sports team himself. Kaylee Teal stood with her back to a row of metal lockers that had been painted a garishly bright green. Graham stood beside her, but didn't speak. Jessie knew they were waiting for the girl's parents and lawyer to arrive. Novak was checking something on his phone. When Jessie entered the room, Kaylee's back straightened. At first, she wondered if the girl knew who she was. Jessie had watched her meeting with the detectives through one-way glass, but they'd never met. Then realized she was probably responding to Harrison's entrance, not hers. Apparently, a room full of cops didn't rattle this girl, but the school principal did. The thought was almost comical. "What are you doing here, Mr. Harrison?" Kaylee said.
"Cooperating with the police. I'd recommend you do the same."
She shook her head. "I know my rights." Jessie said, "My name is Jessica Black. I'm an assistant district attorney. I understand you've invoked your right to counsel. No one will ask you any questions about the shooting until your lawyer arrives." She was hoping this statement would draw a reaction, and it did. "The shooting? What are you talking about? All I did was sneak into the school." "I'm sorry, I can't say more," Jessie said. "It's a legal restriction. If you're willing to waive your right to counsel, then we can talk and hopefully sort all this out." Kaylee opened her mouth, and for a second, Jessie thought she might do it, but then she closed her mouth and shook her head. The girl was too smart to fall for the usual tactics. "Okay," Jessie said. "That's fine. We'll wait for your lawyer." She turned to Graham. "You searched the room?" Graham nodded. "We didn't find anything." Jessie turned to Harrison. "Which locker is Kaylee's?" Harrison checked a document he'd brought from his office.
214.
"Open it." "You can't do that," Kaylee said. She'd positioned herself in front of the locker to block Harrison. Harrison glanced at Jessie, unsure what to do. Jessie looked to Graham. Graham gently took the girl's arm and forced her to step aside. Kaylee glared at Jessie. "In my experience," Jessie said, "when a suspect sneaks away right after a police interview, it's usually not for a lawful reason. It's usually to hide something, to cover something up." "I have rights. You can't just open my locker." "I'm not going to engage in a legal debate," Jessie said. She was confident that the law was on her side and wanted to minimize her exchanges with Kaylee before her lawyer and parents arrived. Harrison opened the locker.
"What the hell?"
There was a stuffed teddy bear attached to the inside of the locker door with strips of duct tape, its furry face pressed to the door as if it were looking out through the gaps in the metal slats. Jessie didn't know what she'd expected to find, but it hadn't been that. Everyone else seemed equally surprised. For a moment, no one spoke or moved. Then Graham put on a pair of latex gloves and stepped forward. She pried the bear loose and studied it under the locker room's fluorescent lights. "There's a pinhole camera in the left eye," she said. "Wireless nanny cam would be my guess." One of the uniforms held out an evidence bag, and she dropped the bear into it. Jessie pivoted on her heel, following what would have been the bear's line of sight when the locker door was closed. The shower, of course. Jessie shook her head. "Seriously?" "It was just a prank," Kaylee said. "A little revenge on those bitches for not sticking up for me when I got cut." "Revenge?" Graham seemed to think that over. "What were you going to do? Record a nude video of them and upload it to the internet?" A small, cruel smile appeared on Kaylee's lips for a second before she could hide it. "You know what they say. High school is temporary, but the internet is forever. I wanted to teach them a lesson." The natural follow-up question was whether she'd taught her former squad mates the same lesson through Russell Lanford, but no one asked it. They had to wait for her lawyer, or any response she made would be considered tainted, inadmissible evidence. "Does that key open all of the lockers?" Jessie asked Harrison. When he nodded, she said, "Please open the other cheerleaders' lockers. Maybe we'll find something else." The uniformed officers, detectives, and Kaylee stood in silence as Harrison opened each of the 16 cheerleaders' lockers, one by one, with his master key. The process took on a strange rhythm. The click of his key in the lock, the squeak of the hinges, the clang of a metal door flung open. Harrison picked up speed as he went. Within a few minutes, all of the murdered cheerleaders' lockers were open. Jessie walked the length of the locker room and peered inside the open compartments. The girls had died in their cheerleading uniforms during practice, and their street clothes were still in their lockers, waiting for owners who would never return. Jeans, skirts, sweaters, blouses. Some were neatly folded, others carelessly shoved in. Shoes, too. Looking at these articles of clothing made Jessie's heart ache. The sight of shirts, pants, boots, it was so mundane. How many of the girls had doubted for a second that they'd be changing back into their clothes right after another routine practice? "You didn't check the lockers as part of the initial investigation?" she asked Graham. Graham looked sick. "We were focused on the primary scene, the field. It was a mistake." Jessie let it go. In addition to clothing, she saw phones, some jewelry, purses and bags, other personal items. Each narrow rectangular space was like a snapshot of a life cut short. She turned to Harrison. "Which one was Jordan Dunn's?" The principal looked surprised by the question. "Who?" "Jordan Dunn," Jessie said more slowly. "She was one of the cheerleaders." Harrison nodded. "Oh, right, Jordan. I know who she is. A good kid. A model student, really." He checked his list and told her the number. Jessie and Graham approached the locker. It didn't look much different than its neighbors. A pile of clothing. Jordan, not surprisingly, was one of the folders rather than stuffers. And a nice pair of shoes. A coat and a book bag. Graham, still wearing her latex gloves, reached for the bag. It was a dark red JanSport backpack. Graham unzipped it and began removing its contents. Textbooks, 2 spiral notebooks, a tin of Altoids mints, pens and pencils, and one of those bulky Texas Instruments graphing calculators. "What are you looking for?" Harrison said. "Why are you interested in Jordan?" Jessie debated telling him, but decided not to. Kaylee Teal wasn't as tactful. "She was banging a teacher." Harrison's eyes widened. "What?" "Yeah," Kaylee said. Her voice had an ugly, gloating tone. "How's your model student now?" "You had no idea?" Novak asked Harrison. "No." The principal fumbled with his key ring, looking extremely uncomfortable with the subject matter. "I don't really hear rumors like that. The students tend to go silent when I walk down the hall." "Any idea who the teacher might be?" Graham said. "Someone with a history of inappropriate behavior, maybe." Harrison's face flushed red. "No teacher here has a history of inappropriate behavior. That kind of relationship with a student wouldn't be tolerated even once. We have very strict rules at Siemens Academy. The safety of the students always comes first." "Gather up everyone's things," Jessie said. "Maybe we'll find something useful." "What about her?" Graham said, indicating Kaylee. The girl glared at Jessie. Jessie glared right back. Her parents and lawyer were apparently taking their time getting here. Once they did, full questioning would be in order. 28. It was close to midnight when she returned, exhausted, to her apartment. She was bone tired, and the only thing she wanted to do was stumble into her bedroom and drop onto her bed. It wasn't until she saw Leary sitting on her couch with a bottle of wine on the coffee table in front of him that she remembered they'd made plans to watch a movie and share a bottle of Cabernet. "Oh, no. I totally forgot. You must be so pissed." "Nope," he said. His smile looked genuine. "Just really, really thirsty." "It was work," I assumed. He produced a corkscrew and went to work on the wine bottle. She watched the muscles of his arms bulge as he pulled the cork, and a tremor of excitement ran through her. She suddenly felt less fatigued. He patted the couch cushion beside him. "It's pretty late, so I'm guessing a 2-hour movie is off the table. How about we have a few glasses of wine?"
"Thanks for being flexible."
"After the wine, I can show you how flexible I am." She smiled and walked across the room, then dropped onto the couch next to him. They kissed. He handed her a glass and lifted his.
"To flexibility."
"Yes." Their glasses clinked. She sipped her wine. It was good. One of his arms circled her waist, and she leaned against him. The feeling of his body against hers felt both comfortable and exciting at the same time. She almost sighed with contentment. And yet, despite these feelings, she knew she wasn't fully there. Part of her was still in the Stevens Academy girls' locker room. She wanted to focus on Leary. God knows he wasn't a hard man to focus on. She pushed thoughts of the case from her mind and lifted her wine glass to take another sip.
"Why don't you tell me about it?"
Leary said.
"About what?"
He gave her a knowing look.
"Come on, Jess."
"Am I that transparent?"
"I just know you really well. That's a good thing."
She knew he meant it, but she felt a twinge of concern anyway. They'd had to cancel their tropical vacation because of the shooting at Stevens Academy, and she'd been working nonstop ever since. Tonight had been her idea. It was supposed to be a chance for the two of them to enjoy a romantic evening together, no computer or legal pads in sight. So what did it say about her, about their relationship, that she'd completely forgotten about it and even now couldn't get her mind off of the case?
"Okay,"
Leary said, as if reading her mind.
"Let's talk about something else. You called your dad the other day, right? How's he doing?"
She felt a small sense of relief. "He's doing well. You know, he seemed a little bored, I guess, but overall, I think he's good."
"Good," he said. "That's really good to hear. Any news about your brother and his family?"
"Not really. Just the usual." Her voice fell away. They sipped wine. Finally, after what seemed like the longest awkward silence in history, she said, "You really don't mind talking about my case?" He hugged her more tightly against him.
"Jessie, I'm dying to talk about your case."
"But this is supposed to be, romantic."
"It is. It's absolutely infused with romance. Now, tell me."
She sat up straighter. "You're not going to believe it." She told him about the stakeout of the Teal House, about how Graham and Novak had tailed Kaylee to the school, about the hidden camera they'd found set up in the girls' locker room.
"That's like something out of a movie," he said.
"I know. That's what Emily said. It's an insane thing to do, right? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it has anything to do with the shooting." He paused, then said,
"But?"
Larry seemed to be studying her, seemed to be reading her mind again. "But I can't stop thinking about the locker room." She shook her head. She was having trouble expressing her thoughts, and the wine wasn't helping. "I don't know. It's like I feel there was something there, something important, but I can't put my finger on it." Larry winced.
"I know that feeling. It drives me crazy."
"No kidding."
"The best thing to do is talk. Go over it, every detail."
She smiled. "And you're not just suggesting this because you want to hear all about it?" He shrugged.
"Well, that's true, too, but it doesn't change the fact that talking works. Trust me. I've been there many times. It's one of the most frustrating parts of trying to solve a crime. You sift through all the evidence, and then, if you're good at the job, your brain makes connections. It's not something you consciously control, not something you can force. It just has to happen on its own. And sometimes it takes its damn time."
"And talking helps make it faster?" she said.
"Talking helps, if you're up for it."
"I am," she said. "Some romantic evening, huh? We're gonna snuggle while dwelling over the worst aspects of human nature."
"Sounds like my kind of date." "So, Graham and Novak watched the Teal House after they brought her in for an interview, and the surveillance paid off."
Jessie nodded. "Emily's got good instincts."
"Good for her."
She saw something sour in his expression.
"It takes more than instincts, though, to get ahead in homicide. I hope she learns that more quickly than I did."
"Maybe you should tell her." Leary waved away the suggestion.
"She's better off without me."
He drank more wine. She watched his throat move as he swallowed.
I'm no wise man, nobody's mentor.
I don't think you give yourself enough credit. He arched an eyebrow.
Are we talking about me or the case?
Fine. So, Graham and Novak tailed the girl to the school, watched her sneak in, and cornered her in the girls' locker room. When Harrison opened up her locker, there was the camera. A wireless nanny cam disguised as a teddy bear.
Cute.
Adorable.
Who's Harrison?
She realized she'd left some gaps in the story. Must be her exhaustion and the wine diminishing her narrative skills. Clark Harrison. He's the principal. We called him there as a representative of the school to open Kaylee's locker.
You mean you called him there? Let me guess, he hasn't been principal for very long. Not very experienced with dealing with the police.
He was a science teacher until he got promoted last year.
Leary grinned. So you told him you needed him to hurry over to the school right away and open Kaylee Teal's locker for you,
Leary said,
and he did it, without ever thinking to demand a warrant.
Actually, I asked him to open all of the cheerleaders' lockers, which would have been beyond the scope of a warrant. She shrugged. So, as the kids say, go me. She blushed a little. Yes, the wine was definitely affecting her narrative skills.
Find anything interesting in the other lockers?
Nothing you wouldn't expect. The clothes they'd changed out of for practice, jewelry, bags, phones, of course. She stopped mid-sentence, put her wine glass down on the coffee table.
What?
Leary said. I think my brain just made one of those connections. He leaned forward.
Tell me.
I'd have to double-check, but Jordan Dunn's locker, I don't think there was a phone in hers.
And Jordan Dunn is
one of the cheerleaders. She's rumored to have been having an affair with a teacher.
A teacher who might have wanted to get rid of her phone, just in case it contained photos, texts, or who knows what,
Leary said.
A teacher trying to cover up their relationship.
Or cover up her murder, Jessie said.
Or both.
Leary nodded, clearly liking the idea.
Anyone besides this Clark Harrison guy have a key to the lockers?
Probably.
Yeah, probably, but how many of them are men? And how many of them used to teach?
Jessie leaned back in her chair. Clark Harrison? Was it possible? He didn't seem like the murderer type.
No,
Leary said.
Let me guess. Harrison's been super helpful, more than happy to assist the police with their investigation, and all the while subtly steering you away from the school, away from himself.
Son of a bitch. She started to stand up.
Whoa, don't tell me you're gonna leave,
he said. She rose to her feet, grabbed her bag, and slung it over her shoulder. I think I have to. He looked up at her, smiling. In that moment, she knew they had something special, something true, even if their relationship didn't fit the classic mold. He didn't just accept and understand her devotion to her work, he loved her for it. She leaned down and kissed him. The flavor of the wine mixed with the strong, sturdy flavor of him, and she didn't want to stop. When she finally pulled away, she said, I'm really sorry.
Don't be, he said. Go be you.
29. There were no questions, no sarcastic comments, no having to explain herself. One phone call, less than a minute long, and Emily Graham agreed to meet Jessie at the Roundhouse at 1:15 a.m. Jessie reflected on that as she took a taxi to police headquarters. She and Graham had come a long way since their first meeting, when Jessie had had to fight the detective just to spare 10 minutes to walk her through the crime scene. Graham was waiting for her in front of the building. Novak was there, too. So, what's this about? Graham said. You've got something about our investigation that couldn't wait until the morning? I think I do. Novak arched an eyebrow.
This I gotta hear.
A cool night breeze fluttered Jessie's hair. The streets around the police station were quiet. She laid out her theory for Graham and Novak, step by step, the same way she'd talked it through with Leary. The locker without a phone, the cheerleader with the illicit affair, the teacher with the motive to cover it up, and the key to access the lockers. I don't know, Graham said. That sounds pretty shaky. How many glasses of wine did you say you had? Bring him in, Jessie said. Tonight. Question him here at the Roundhouse. She tilted her chin at the huge building behind them, looming in the darkness. I really think he may be our man, true man. Graham and Novak exchanged a glance. Novak shrugged.
Let's go get him.
I have his home phone number, Jessie said. I guess we should call first, given the time. Graham shook her head. You want a confession, right? Then we don't call first. It's almost 1:30 in the morning, Jessie said. Exactly. We show up at his house unannounced while he's sleeping peacefully next to his wife, dreaming about violating minors.
A lot more intimidating that way, Novak said.
Jessie felt a tremor of doubt. What if it turns out he's not the right guy? I don't want to be so aggressive we give him grounds for a civil case against the city. You called us here in the middle of the night, Graham said. I know you're a workaholic, but I don't think even you would have done that unless you had a really strong feeling about this. Jessie nodded. I do. Go inside, Graham said, indicating Police HQ. You must have a favorite chair in front of the one-way glass by now. Make yourself comfortable. Jessie turned to do just that, then thought of something else and turned around again. Make sure you get his computer, she said. We'll need Eldon to search it for evidence linking Harrison to the Truman identity. Without evidence conclusively linking Harrison to Truman, their whole case would be circumstantial. There would be no trial. She'd never get past a preliminary hearing. If there's a computer in his house, we'll get it, Graham said. Jessie watched them leave, then went inside the roundhouse. She walked through the mostly deserted workspace of the Homicide Division and returned to the same observation room in which she'd watched the interviews of Arabella Minsky and Kaylee Teal through one-way glass. She leaned back in a swivel chair. Graham was right, she did have a favorite, and looked through the window. In shadowy silence, the interrogation room looked like a theater stage before the curtain goes up. She hoped Graham and Novak returned with Harrison soon. She was looking forward to showtime. 30. Novak parked their unmarked car. He and Graham took a moment to watch the street. The Harrisons lived in the Germantown section of Philadelphia, in a suburban middle-class neighborhood. Their house, a white colonial, was not exactly a shack, but not particularly nice either. That was obvious, even with the building shrouded in darkness at close to 2 a.m. Compared to the houses of the Stevens Academy students she'd seen, Lanford, Minsky, Dunn, the principal's house looked shabby, even a little sad. Graham wondered if that pissed Harrison off, coming home to his modest little house after a long day serving the educational needs of the city elite. Did it make him feel better to screw the daughter of one of those high and mighty moneyed families? No, she decided. Probably not. Probably she was giving him too much credit. He'd just been horny. It was a sequence she'd seen before, and one any homicide cop would recognize. Horny, then ashamed, then afraid, then desperate. And eventually, after fear had eaten away any moral restraints he might have possessed, desperate enough to kill to cover it up. In this case, to stage a massacre.
You ready?
Novak said. He pulled his Glock, checked the magazine, and holstered it again. Ready. She climbed out of the car. The street was quiet, almost silent, save for the faint buzzing of insects in the grass. The sound of Novak closing his door was like a gunshot, and she winced. There were lights on in the downstairs of the house. She watched the windows for signs of movement. Didn't see any. Novak joined her at the front door.
You know, I think I'm gonna enjoy making this arrest, he said. I still remember my high school principal. A real sanctimonious prick.
Spent a lot of time in detention, did you?
When I was lucky. Most of the time they just suspended me.
She looked at him. Guess you were a rebel back then.
Nah, I just thought it was funny to stick cherry bombs in toilets.
And now you're a police detective. He cracked a half smile, his teeth white in the darkness.
Yep, my principal never saw that coming.
And if they were lucky, Principal Clark Harrison wouldn't see them coming. Not at 2 a.m. on a quiet night. Graham rang the bell. They waited as minutes passed. The door swung open, and a disheveled woman in pajamas and a bathrobe looked at them through narrowed, suspicious eyes. Her brown hair was pulled back in a severe knot, and her face was lined and tired-looking. Even so, Graham could see that she had been pretty, maybe even beautiful, before life and a scumbag husband had ground away her youth. Mrs. Harrison? My name is Detective Emily Graham. This is Detective Tobias Novak. Is your husband at home? Of course he is. The woman didn't open the door wider or invite them inside. The creases in her face seemed to deepen. It's the middle of the night. Is this about the incident at the school? Hasn't Clark helped you enough already? I apologize for the late hour, Graham said, but it's really important that we speak with your husband now. She tried to peer past the woman, but all she saw was a dark and dreary entryway. After a moment, Mrs. Harrison sighed and took a step backward with one slippered foot. "Come in, I guess." Then, half turning, she called over her shoulder, "Clark!" He appeared a second later, also wearing a robe, his feet covered in dirty-looking white socks. His first reaction upon seeing the two homicide detectives standing in his entryway was unmistakable: fear. But he recovered quickly with a smile that looked way too big to be genuine.
"Detectives Graham and Novak. I wish you'd called." He looked down at his robe and cinched the fluffy belt at his waist. "I would have gotten ready."
"I bet," Graham thought.
"Well, come inside," he continued. "How can I help you?"
Harrison was already walking deeper into the house. Novak followed him, and so did Graham, but with an uneasy feeling. Harrison didn't feel dangerous to her, not in a hands-on kind of way, but all the same, she didn't like being here on his home turf. Better to get him into the back of their car and drive him to the roundhouse ASAP. The inside of the house looked as unimpressive as the exterior. Everything looked outdated: wallpaper that looked vintage 1980s, shaggy carpeting straight out of the 70s. No fancy appliances in the kitchen. She wondered again how the disparity between his life and that of his students made him feel. Maybe Graham would ask him later, on her home turf. "Actually, Mr. Harrison, we'd like you to accompany us to the police station." Harrison's wife let out a little gasp. Harrison turned to look at Graham.
"Right now?"
"Yes." "What is this about?" Mrs. Harrison said. Her voice became shrill, laced with fear. "Why can't it wait until morning?" Harrison shot her an irritated look.
"It's fine, Barbara. The school comes first."
Barbara shook her head. "It's not right." Graham kept her focus on Harrison. For the space of a few seconds in which Graham stopped breathing, he looked like he might do something stupid. Guilty people often did, at the moment the police arrived to take them in. She didn't know what was going through Harrison's mind right now. Grab a knife from the butcher block on the counter, throw the glass coffee carafe at her head. But something in his eyes had changed. She felt the reassuring bulk of her holster and willed him not to act on whatever panic impulse was rushing through his system. She was still suffering sleepless nights from shooting Wesley Lanford. She didn't want another firefight. Then Harrison shrugged, and the tension in the room evaporated. Graham breathed.
"May I at least put on some clothes?" he said.
"Be quick," Graham said. Harrison stepped past her and Novak. They heard boards creak as he ascended a staircase, then more creaking as he walked around upstairs. His wife stared at them with a look that was equal parts fear and anger. At last she said, "You're not really here for his help, are you? What did he do?" She looked pained and more tired than ever. More sounds reached them from upstairs. Suddenly, something seemed to occur to Novak. He said, "Shit," and pounded after Harrison. Graham, confused but trusting his instincts, followed her partner up a narrow staircase to the second floor. "Stop!" Novak yelled. He burst into a room off the upstairs hallway, and Graham, still following him, saw it was a bathroom. Harrison was in there, still wearing his robe and white socks, standing over the toilet with a laptop in his hands. The toilet seat was up. He looked at Novak, bared his teeth in a snarl that reminded Graham of a raccoon her father had cornered in their driveway when she'd been a kid. He dropped the computer. Novak lunged forward and swung an arm. The flat of his hand connected with the laptop just before it could hit the water and sent the computer flying. The laptop hit the tile wall above the bathtub and shattered in an explosion of bathroom tile, plastic, and circuitry. Then he grabbed Harrison, wrenched the man's arms behind his back, and handcuffed him. Graham squeezed past the two men. The laptop was in pieces in the bathtub. She pulled on latex gloves from one pocket, grabbed an evidence bag from another, and began gathering the smaller pieces. "Good reflexes, Toby," she said. A second later, and the laptop would have been submerged in toilet water, its innards probably fried beyond recovery. Novak was frowning.
"I meant to grab the thing, to bash it against the wall."
"Well, at least it's dry. Hopefully Eldon will be able to recover something." Novak looked doubtfully at the mess in the tub.
"Yeah, hopefully."
"We don't need the laptop anyway," she said as she straightened up. She made eye contact with Harrison. "We have more than enough evidence against this creep." Judging by the victorious grin on his face, Harrison thought he knew better.
"You have the right to remain silent," Novak said, beginning the Miranda warnings. "So now I'm under arrest. Anything you say or do can be used against you in a court of law. I want my lawyer."
Harrison said. He craned his neck toward the open bathroom door. "Barbara, call Hiram Brand."
"Let's go," Novak said and hauled him out of the bathroom. "You're gonna regret this," Harrison said. They pushed him toward the stairs. "I know people. I have a lot of friends." "In my experience, friends tend to disappear when you're arrested for murder," she said. Harrison turned on her with a grin that chilled her blood. "Not friends like mine." 31. Jessie crossed her arms and stared at the closed door of the police conference room in which Clark Harrison was conferring with his lawyer, Hiram Brand. As an attorney-client communication, the meeting entitled Harrison and Brand to privacy. Jessie and the police couldn't listen in. All she could do was chew her lip. Someone walked up to her. She turned and saw Emily Graham. "Eldon took the hard drive and RAM chips to the computer lab," Graham said. "What was left of them, anyway. And he'll do his best. He didn't sound particularly optimistic, though. Damn it." Without the laptop, they had no physical evidence tying Clark Harrison to the Truman identity. And if they couldn't prove that Harrison was Truman, then they had no case. How did this happen? "We shouldn't have let him go upstairs alone to get dressed," Graham said. "It was a lapse in judgment." Jessie didn't contradict her. It had been a lapse in judgment, and it might just result in Harrison walking out of here. But there was no sense dwelling on it. "Do you think if we work together, we can get him to confess?" Graham said. She stared at the conference room door as if trying to see through it. With Hiram Brand at his side? Doubtful. He's good? You could say that. Good didn't begin to describe Hiram Brand. He was one of the most respected criminal defense attorneys in the city. Harrison must have anticipated that he might need a lawyer one day and had done his research ahead of time to find the best. Now his preparation was paying off. Jessie wondered what other preparations he might have made. "Still worth a try," Graham said. "Maybe we can rattle Harrison, get him to say something incriminating before his lawyer can shut him up. I've seen that happen plenty of times. Even the best lawyer can have trouble protecting a client from himself, especially a client with a guilty conscience." "I'm not sure Harrison has a conscience," Jessie said. "But I agree," she added, seeing the look of anxiety in Graham's face. "It's worth a try." A familiar voice grumbled from behind them. "You want to tell me what the hell is going on here?" Jessie swung around and saw Warren Williams striding toward them. He was breathing hard, and his face was red as if he'd run here from the DA's office. Maybe he had. "Who's this man you arrested in the Stevens Academy case? Clark Harrison. Why wasn't I given a heads up?" How the hell had he found out about the arrest so quickly? Jessie didn't bother thinking too hard about it. The man really did have eyes and ears everywhere. Very little happened in the DA's office or the police department without Warren receiving an alert. Whoever his sources were, they were reliable. "He's the principal at Stevens Academy," Graham said. Even though she stood a head taller than Warren, her voice faltered and she looked intimidated. Warren glared at her, then turned his attention to Jessie. "And?" "He's Truman," she said. "Ah, the internet mystery man who supposedly orchestrated the massacre. You do know who's in there with him, right? That's Hiram Brand, in case you didn't notice." I noticed. "You know, I was skeptical about this whole conspiracy angle from the beginning," Warren said. "But now it looks like you've compounded the problem by making an arrest prematurely. Do you have any tangible evidence that Harrison is Truman? I mean, other than your stellar instincts?" Jessie forced herself to breathe. "We're working on it. It's a long story. Harrison's computer—" "I already know the long story."
Of course he did.
"Your case is shit," Warren said.
"We're gonna try to rattle him," Graham said. "See if we can trip him up." Warren stared at the detective, incredulous, then turned back to Jessie.
"Is she serious? I'm starting to miss Larry."
"It's a long shot," Jessie said, "but worth a try." Warren barked out a laugh.
"That's not Noah Snyder sitting in there. That's Hiram Brand. You're not going to get anywhere with Harrison. Release him now with an apology before this gets any more embarrassing."
"What?" Graham looked outraged. "What's there to be embarrassed about? He caused the deaths of 17 people, 19 if you count Wesley Lanford and Von Truman, and we arrested him for it." Jessie raised a hand to quiet her. "Warren, just give us 15 minutes to talk to him, okay? If we don't get anywhere in 15 minutes, we'll let him go and cut our losses." She could sense Graham fuming beside her, but didn't dare turn to look. She needed to maintain eye contact with Warren. Seconds passed before her boss let out a little snort of disdain.
Fine. 15 minutes. But that's it. If you don't get results, we pull the plug. And not just on this arrest, Jesse. On this whole investigation. It'll be over. Agreed?
He'd raised the stakes on her the way only he could, and there was nothing she could do about it. She clenched her teeth and nodded. Agreed. Warren glared at Graham.
Move them to an interrogation room, one of the comfortable ones. We don't want to give his lawyer any ideas about a civil claim. Let's get this over with.
32. This time, Jesse joined Graham in the interview room. Per Warren's request, this space was one of the bigger, less dungeon-like rooms, with a nice wooden table large enough to accommodate 4. On the other side of the table from Jesse and Graham, Harrison sat with Brand. The principal still wore his terry-cloth bathrobe. Brand wore a $5,000 suit. Novak and Warren were out of sight in the observation room behind the one-way glass. That glass looked like a mirror on Jessie's side of the wall, but even though she couldn't see them, she could feel Warren's stare boring into her. "Hello, Hiram," she said.
"First of all," Brand said, indicating Harrison's robe, "this is outrageous."
So much for starting things out on a pleasant note. Jessie wasn't surprised by the bluster. It was Brand's style. The man was barely 5 feet tall and had the kind of Napoleon complex common to short men. He always seemed to be on the attack. In the courtroom, he'd been known to browbeat witnesses and lawyers, and even judges, on occasion, into submission. She was determined not to let this tactic work on her. "Your client resisted arrest," she said as she calmly took a seat.
"Not true. Your police overreacted when Mr. Harrison accidentally dropped his laptop computer."
"Over a toilet bowl," Jessie said. Brand shrugged.
"I fail to see how that warrants the demeaning treatment of being taken to the police station without his clothing. The behavior of the police tonight was beyond inappropriate."
He leveled an icy stare at Graham, who stared right back at him. "After his attempt to destroy his laptop," Jessie said, "Detectives Graham and Novak did not want to give your client any additional opportunities to tamper with evidence. That's why they took him into custody in his robe."
"Well, Mrs. Harrison is on her way here now with a change of clothes. If she hurries, she should reach the building in—" he looked at his Rolex— "just enough time to let Mr. Harrison put on some trousers before he walks right out of here."
Brand's face was dead serious. Harrison's wore a smirk. Jessie glanced at her own watch and saw her 15 minutes slipping away. She could feel the weight of Warren's unseen stare. "No one's walking anywhere," Graham said. "We arrested your client for murder." She focused her gaze on Harrison, and Jessie was pleased to see the principal's smirk falter, if only slightly. "You're looking at the death penalty, Mr. Harrison. The best thing you can do now is tell us everything. If you save the state the cost of a trial, Ms. Black has the authority to take death off the table. You'll serve a life sentence, 17 of them, but..." At this speech, Hiram actually let out a snort.
"Is this Philadelphia Police Headquarters, or are we on the set of a bad TV cop show?"
He looked past them at the mirrored wall.
"Warren, are you there? Are you watching this farce?"
But Graham kept her eyes locked on Harrison, and he was starting to squirm in his seat. Jessie decided to help Graham keep the pressure on. "Mr. Harrison, it's easy for your lawyer to joke around, but this is no joke for you. Do you really think a jury exists that wouldn't look at your list of victims and give you the death penalty?" Harrison's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Brand put a steadying hand on the man's arm.
"Those were Russell Lanford's victims. My client is a principal, a teacher, a model citizen. And because you're out for blood, you want to make him a scapegoat. That's what the jury will see."
"He was having sex with a 16-year-old girl," Graham said.
"You have no evidence of that?"
"Only because he killed her," Jessie said. Brand looked from Graham to Jessie.
"You guys tag-teaming us now? As I said, the only person who killed any students was Russell Lanford."
"Your client conspired with Russell Lanford," Jessie said. Brand laughed.
"That's a novel and interesting legal argument. Unfortunately, we won't have the opportunity to test it because you have no evidence."
There was a knock at the door. Jessie glanced at her watch. Only 10 minutes had passed since they'd entered the interview room, but apparently Warren had seen enough. "Excuse us for a minute," Jessie said. She and Graham rose from their chairs. Brand smiled knowingly.
"It's Warren, isn't it?"
His eyes seemed to twinkle with glee.
"I knew he was there."
Jessie didn't respond. She and Graham stepped out of the interview room. Warren was waiting for them. He did not look happy.
"It's over."
"You agreed to give us 15 minutes, Jessie said. Warren gave her a beleaguered look.
"Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were 5 minutes away from a full confession. Come on, Jessie. Brandon's right. We don't have the evidence to support the charges." "Actually," a deep voice said, "we do."
They all turned to see Eldon's 7-foot frame leaning against one of the homicide desks, a thumb drive gripped in one hand and a sheaf of printed pages in the other. "You were able to recover data from Harrison's laptop?" Graham said.
"It was busted up pretty bad. A real challenge, unlike rifling through Jordan Dunn's laptop. Novak must have a hell of a throwing arm. But I salvaged most of its memory, including more than enough data to prove that the user of this laptop was the internet user calling himself Truman."
Jessie felt an urge to hug the bearded giant. Instead, she turned a triumphant smile on Warren. "Well," she said, "what do you think now?" To her surprise, Warren smiled back.
"I think we're going to have a chance to test that novel and interesting legal argument after all."
33. 2 months later, the trial of Commonwealth versus Clark Harrison began. In courtroom 303 of the Juanita Kidd Stout Center for Criminal Justice, Judge Letty Sokol waited for the crowd to quiet before she invited Jessie to present the prosecution's opening statement.
"Are you ready, Ms. Black?"
Sokol was one of the newer judges, having practiced law as a civil litigator until ascending to the bench 2 years ago. She lacked the crusty wrinkles and jaded cynicism of some of the old-timers, and was also less of a known quantity. Both the DA's office and the defense bar were still trying to figure her out. In the 3 cases Jessie had tried in her courtroom, she'd found the judge to be knowledgeable and fair, but not particularly open to new legal ideas. That could pose a problem in her current trial, one of many.
"Ms. Black?"
the judge prompted again. Was she ready? The question sent a flutter of nervousness through her belly. But she expected the sensation and was able to mentally shrug it off. She never felt ready to begin a trial, no matter how much she had prepared. "Yes, Your Honor." She rose from her chair at the prosecution table. She didn't take any notes with her, and she didn't bother with the podium. She walked to the railing of the jury box. Years of experience had taught her that delivering her opening statement from memory and looking straight into the eyes of the jurors, talking directly to them as if they were her colleagues, was the most effective way to open a trial. She had 2 goals with her opening statement. The first was to come across as a genuine and likable person, and the second was to give the jury a short, easy-to-understand version of her case. She was confident in her ability to achieve the first goal. Already some of the jurors were returning her smile. It was the second goal that worried her this time. Her case against Harrison wasn't simple and easy to summarize like most murder cases. She couldn't just tell her audience of 12 jurors and 2 alternates that Defendant X used weapon Y to kill victim C, and that the state was going to prove it. Harrison's crime was more complicated, more subtle. His weapons had been words and the power of the internet. "Good morning," she said. "Thank you for being here today to help us with this very important matter. My name is Jessica Black. I'm an assistant district attorney." They waited for her to continue. Their faces looked patient, receptive. She remembered the advice of a favorite law professor guiding her during mock trials back at Penn Law. Just start at the beginning and lay it out in chronological order until you reach the end. Jurors want to hear a story they can understand. Get that right, and you'll be more effective than half the trial lawyers out there. "This case," she said, "is about the murder of 17 people, 16 of whom were kids, teenage girls. Each of those people had a family, friends, hopes, and dreams, a favorite ice cream flavor. They had lives. One of them had a story of particular importance to us today. Her name was Jordan Dunn. She was 16 when she died from a bullet wound that punctured her left lung. Jordan's story is that she was having sex with one of the teachers at her school. That teacher, now the principal, is the defendant sitting here today, Clark Harrison." She turned sideways to give the jurors an unobstructed view of Harrison. She would have liked to look at him, too, to see how he held up under their scrutiny, but it was more critical that she study the jurors' faces. She watched them, tried to determine which ones were already leaning towards a guilty verdict and which ones would need more convincing. She noted with a sense of dismay that several of the jurors looked skeptical and a few looked confused. She could practically hear their thoughts. What's she talking about? I thought that kid Russell Lanford, the crazy one who hanged himself, shot those people. She resisted the impulse to glance into the gallery where she knew Warren was sitting amongst the throng of spectators. Leary was there, too, but she didn't look at him, either. She was on her own, for better or worse. Come on, Jessie, you've got this. She'd written and rewritten at least 10 drafts of the opening statement. Looking at her jurors now, she wished she'd had a few more nights to fine-tune it further, to make it clearer. For some reason, the time between an arrest and a trial always felt shorter than it was. 2 months ago, when Eldon declared that he'd managed to recover vital evidence from Harrison's laptop, she felt like she had an eternity to prepare for trial. But here she was, as if time had compressed itself and pushed her from one moment to the next with barely a second to breathe. That wasn't true, obviously. It only felt that way. In reality, she'd had time. Time to prepare her arguments, her witnesses, and herself. Time to prepare this statement. She was nervous, but she was ready. She resumed her position in front of the jury box. The jurors focused on her again. What does Jordan Dunn's affair with a teacher have to do with the murder of 17 people? The evidence is going to show you that there was a direct connection, that the defendant, Clark Harrison, planned and assisted and choreographed the murders for the purpose of covering up his affair with Jordan Dunn. Usually at this point in an opening statement, after presenting the theme of her case, she'd have some of the jurors nodding along with her. Not this time. But several of them looked interested, even intrigued, and that was better than nothing. She'd take it. The spectators in the gallery also seemed interested. The media had used the months after Harrison's arrest to turn the upcoming trial from a government proceeding into a full-blown event, and the payoff was a packed house. Those in seats squeezed in shoulder to shoulder, while those unable to find seats lined the back wall. She knew that this audience, the court of public opinion, was only slightly less important to win over than the jury. Warren and Rivera would probably consider them more important. There was a lot riding on this trial, and therefore a lot riding on her. Finally, she allowed herself a quick glance at the defense table. Brand and Harrison sat side by side, both of them dressed in nice suits. Brand was taking notes, or maybe just pretending to, on a legal pad in front of him. Harrison was watching her. Now he caught her eye, and even though his mouth remained a neutral straight line, she thought she saw a smile in his eyes. The bastard was confident that he'd outsmarted the authorities, that he'd covered his tracks, that he was going to win and walk out of here. Jessie took a deep breath and turned to face the jury again. You may be wondering how Clark Harrison could be responsible for a mass shooting committed by another person. The defense will certainly raise this question and tell you that the answer is he can't be. But under our laws, that's not the case. After both sides have presented their evidence, Judge Sokol will give you instructions about the law. Her Honor will explain that under Pennsylvania's criminal code, an individual can be guilty of murder even if that individual doesn't personally pull the trigger. Think of a person who hires a hitman. If the hitman commits a killing for hire, then both the hitman and the person paying him are both guilty of the murder. The evidence will show that Russell Lanford was like a hitman, only unlike a hitman, Russell Lanford didn't get paid. He paid with his life, while Clark Harrison derived all of the benefit. She watched the jurors' reactions. Leary had actually been the one who came up with the hitman analogy during one long night spent working on her statement. She thought it was pretty good, still thought that. But the jurors didn't look convinced. She continued to face expressions of skepticism and confusion. Her old professor's advice played in her head again. Just start at the beginning and lay it out in chronological order until you reach the end. Like I said, Jordan Dunn was 16. You're going to meet her parents and her little sister Ellie, who will tell you all about her. They will tell you that she was bright and helpful and loving. Ellie will tell you that even though they fought sometimes, as sisters will, Jordan was always there for her. Her father will tell you about visiting potential colleges and the excitement in Jordan's voice as they spent the long drive home from Amherst talking about her future. Her mother will tell you about the time they spent an afternoon volunteering together at a soup kitchen. And then you will hear from another witness, Jordan's friend, Arabella Minsky, who will tell you that Jordan had a secret. She was involved with a teacher. Jessie watched the jurors closely. She knew that some of them would blame Jordan Dunn for the affair, consider her a seductress and homewrecker. Based on the questions the jurors had answered during jury selection, she could even guess which ones. She'd removed as many as she could during the voir dire process, but a few remained on the jury. Elizabeth Armstrong, a widow who looked and spoke like a zealot who'd stepped out of the days of the Puritans, and Jane Grange, a 40-something, recently single mom whose husband had left her for his 18-year-old secretary. Both women looked angry at the thought of an affair between Clark Harrison and Jordan Dunn, but angry at whom, she didn't know. Either or both might well see Harrison as the victim, seduced by a manipulative woman. This was one of the challenges of the American legal system. Juries were people who brought their own histories, prejudices, and other baggage with them into their deliberations. Being persuasive on the facts and the law wasn't always enough to overcome that hurdle. You had to read the mood of the jurors as you engaged them in a strange one-way dialogue in which you communicated with words and they communicated in less obvious ways. A quiet intake of breath, a widening of the eyes, the impatient jittering of a leg. You had to shift gears mid-argument, sometimes mid-sentence, to respond to these signals. Jessie was lucky in that she seemed to have an innate talent for feeling the mood of a jury. She thought she had maybe a third of these jurors shifting toward her side now, with another third undecided and a final third against her for reasons that might be logical or illogical. To convict, she'd need all of them. Mr. Brand, the defense attorney, will tell you we don't really know what happened between Jordan Dunn and Clark Harrison. He's right. Jordan was secretive about the affair. She didn't talk about it except with her oldest childhood friend or keep a diary. We suspect there may have been photographs or other materials on her phone, but we'll never know because that phone disappeared on the day of her murder. We will present evidence to you indicating that Mr. Harrison was one of the few people with access to the locker where we believe she stored the phone during the cheerleading practice at which she was killed, and a motive to hide it, and any evidence it may have contained. Some of the jurors peered accusingly at the defense table. At any rate, Jessie said, we can surmise that a married man who has recently been promoted to principal would have a lot to lose if a secret sexual relationship with a student came to light. Objection, Brand said, half standing. Judge Sokol nodded. She said, stick to the facts, please, Miss Black. Sorry, Your Honor, I'll move on. She was supposed to limit her opening statement to the facts and refrain from making arguments or drawing conclusions for the jury, but sometimes you had to break the rules a little bit. The idea that Harrison had a motive for murder was critical to her case. She'd gotten the idea into the jurors' minds, and that was what mattered. She could see Jane Grange, one of her problem jurors, thinking it over. The facts, Jessie said to the jurors, lead us to another student at Stevens Academy. That student's name was Russell Lanford. She watched the jurors react to the name and saw looks of distaste, disgust, anger, and sadness. The jury wasn't supposed to come to a trial with knowledge of the case, but that was impossible here, and everyone knew it. The shooting had been national news. The evidence will show that Russell Lanford was a troubled and unhappy young man. He blamed a lot of this unhappiness on women. He believed that they rejected him unfairly. On the internet, he found a message board called Manpower, a forum supposedly about men's rights, but in reality about hatred of women. The posts he found there stoked his hatred and his anger. During the trial, you will have to read some of these posts, which may be unpleasant, but will be necessary for your understanding of the facts. Unpleasant? Several jurors were leaning forward as if they couldn't wait to see the message board posts. Jessie felt a grim satisfaction. It was an old lawyer trick. Give the jurors a preview like a movie trailer to increase their interest. One of Russell's teachers, Christiana Weaver, will tell you that she was so disturbed by an essay Russell wrote in her English class, an essay about the men's rights movement as he understood it from the Manpower website, that she brought it to the attention of the principal, Clark Harrison. Mr. Harrison did not take action, not in his capacity as school principal, anyway. She gave the jurors a few seconds to ponder that. It was on the Manpower message board that Russell Lanford connected with a user going by the online handle of Trueman. Trueman seemed to share Russell's anger and frustration toward women. Moreover, he seemed sympathetic to Russell's experiences. For example, you will see an interchange between Russell and Trueman in which they commiserate about Russell failing to get a date to a dance. As the two became closer, they took their conversation off the public forum and used the website's private messaging functionality instead. Many of the jurors were looking at Harrison now. Some seemed to be wondering what this story had to do with him. Others had clearly already figured it out. Jane Grange had her arms crossed over her chest and was staring at Harrison with narrowed eyes. I've won her over, Jessie thought. "The evidence will show that Truman was, in fact, Clark Harrison," she said. "When you see the private messages that passed between them, you will see that Mr. Harrison, posing as the sympathetic Truman, persuaded Russell to take violent action against female classmates. Truman was careful to suggest a specific group of female classmates, too, the cheerleading squad, which included Jordan Dunn. Finally, Mr. Harrison helped Russell plan the attack, every detail from how to obtain the combination to his father's gun safe, the time and place, and the escape route. Several times Russell expressed doubt and fear and tried to back out of the plan, and each time Mr. Harrison convinced him to proceed. She had more of the jurors on her side now. Instead of a third, she had half of them, maybe more. The spectators, too. She could feel it, a sea change in the courtroom, a swell of outrage. She looked at the defense table and saw Harrison staring at his hands, Brand scribbling on his legal pad. Could they feel it, too? On a seemingly typical day, a day that will now haunt the families of the victims for the rest of their lives, Russell Lanford returned to school at around 4 in the afternoon, carrying a large gray duffel bag filled with guns and ammunition. He walked through the gates of Stevens Academy, then circled around the building to the athletic field where the cheerleaders were practicing their routines. He took a seat in the bleachers, watched them for a moment, and then started shooting them. Even though every juror had known this was coming, several of them gasped anyway. Russell shot and killed every person on the squad, as well as the coach. Even when he must have heard the sound of approaching police sirens, he kept shooting. Those had been the instructions he'd received from Truman, the online friend he had no way of knowing was actually his principal, Clark Harrison. Truman had emphasized the importance of killing every girl. There was nothing more critical, he'd said. Russell Lanford followed that instruction. He killed everyone, including Harrison's real target, Jordan Dunn. Some of the women died instantly. Others died later, after hours of suffering. 6 of the 14 people in the jury box had tears in their eyes. One was audibly sobbing. Those with dry eyes still looked uncomfortable, exhausted, disgusted, or all three. How many were on her side now? 2/3? More? All of them? The story started with Jordan Dunn, and it ends with Jordan Dunn, because it is and always has been about Jordan Dunn. Clark Harrison, after engaging in a risky sexual affair with her, decided he would be better off if she was dead. So he used Russell Lanford to kill her. The coach and the other 15 young women were collateral damage, their lives callously sacrificed so that the killing would look like a random school shooting, and not the targeted murder that it really was. But the truth will come out now, here, in this courtroom, and I will ask you, at the close of evidence, to find Clark Harrison guilty of murder in the first degree. She paused, thanked the jurors, and returned to her seat. The courtroom was silent. The spectators in the gallery seemed frozen. Brand and Harrison sat stiffly in their chairs. Judge Sokol took a moment before she cleared her throat and suggested a short recess. The opening statements were critical, part skill, part art, part luck. Jessie knew that many cases were actually won or lost in opening statements. She sensed that this might be one of them. 34. Graham was on another blind date when she received the phone call from Novak. At first, she thought it was a prank. Just Novak, bored at home, having some fun with her. "Funny," she said. She gestured to the man sitting across the table from her, a nice enough guy, definitely better than the last one her mother had dug up. "1 second. Listen, I'm kind of on a date," she said into the phone. "I'll call you later." Then, abruptly, she realized Novak wasn't joking. To her date, she said, "I'm sorry, I have to go." "Police emergency?" He said it with a sardonic smile, as if the thought were amusing. It wasn't amusing to her. Her blood felt as if it had gone ice cold in her veins, and the pleasant buzz she'd attained from her cocktail was gone. All she could think was, "I need to call Jessie." She rose from her chair, dropped her napkin onto her bare place setting. Their salads had not even arrived yet, but she'd have to forego dinner and the man who was buying it. "Another time, okay?" she said. "Wait, you're really just gonna leave?" She turned before he finished the sentence and headed for the door, dodging around waiters and other diners until she emerged into the chilly darkness of night. Her hand still gripped her phone. She brought it up now and called Jessie. The phone rang, but the prosecutor didn't pick up, probably busy preparing for the next day of trial. She clicked off without leaving a voicemail and texted her instead. "Harrison escaped. Call me ASAP." She stared at her own message for a moment. Remembering her reaction to Novak's call, she added, "Not a joke." She put her phone away. She stood on a sidewalk on Walnut in Center City. Jesse's apartment building wasn't far. She could probably get there in 5 minutes, even in heels, but there was no guarantee Jesse was home. She might be at her office, which was in the other direction. She might be at Leary's place, wherever that was. She might be anywhere. A group of young guys, loud and reeking of beer, surged past her. One of them bumped her shoulder as he stumbled past, almost knocking her over. Indecision gripped her. She looked at her phone again. Jesse had not responded to her texts. Just because Clark Harrison had escaped from his cell didn't mean Jesse was in danger, of course, but the circumstances bothered her. Someone had helped Harrison escape. A guard, presumably. According to Novak's terse update, the working theory was that Harrison had made friends with another woman-hater on the Manpower message board, possibly using a different alias than True Man. And if that theory turned out to be correct, then she had to wonder how many aliases Harrison had, and how many people he'd influenced. "I know people," he'd said. "I have a lot of friends." He'd used Russell Lanford to murder 17 people. If he had other willing online buddies, what was to stop him from using them as well? She could think of several women Harrison might want dead, but she and Jesse probably topped the list. "I'll try her apartment," Graham decided. "Better than just standing here." She started heading west. After 4 strides, as she was passing the mouth of an alleyway between 2 restaurants, someone shoved her. She wasn't expecting the collision, and it almost knocked her off her feet. She staggered into the dark alley, catching herself by grabbing the side of a dumpster. Turning, she saw a man stalking into the alley after her. The light from the street silhouetted him. He was a dark figure. She couldn't see his face. Whoever he was, he'd messed with the wrong person. "I'm a cop, moron." She reached for her gun, thankful that she'd made the decision to carry concealed tonight, even though doing so had a tendency to spook some of her dates. She knew something was wrong when her fingers brushed the top of her holster and felt the strap there open. Her gun was gone. "Looking for something?" the man said. "You might want to check the garbage can a few blocks east." The man who'd bumped into her, she realized. Oh, shit. "Don't they teach anything at the police academy?" he said. He stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "Or do bitches like you get a free pass so the police department can show what an equal opportunity employer it is?" "Let me guess," she said, straining to keep the panic from sounding in her voice. "You've got some unresolved issues about women." He didn't answer. He came at her. Close up, the man's face became visible in the faint light of the alley. Middle-aged, with deep grooves and pockmarks hinting at a difficult life. Graham figured the crew of young men he'd appeared to be walking with earlier had actually been strangers. He'd used them as cover to get close enough to bump into her and steal her gun. He was a big man, easily twice her weight. His body seemed to fill the alleyway. She considered trying to run past him. If she could get to the street, she'd be safe. But she wasn't sure she'd make it. She didn't want to risk running straight into his grasp. She considered reaching for her phone, but ultimately rejected that idea, too. She wanted to have her hands free when he closed the distance between them. She didn't have any other weapons on her. No backup gun, no knife. If she lived through this, she'd have to be more paranoid in the future. The man lumbered forward. His face was screwed up with malevolent determination. Whether his intent was to pummel her, strangle her, stab her, rape her, or all of the above, she had no idea, but she could tell he wasn't here to give her a back rub. She shifted her weight, balancing on the balls of her feet and tensing to meet his attack. She'd trained in close-quarters combat, although she'd rarely had occasion to use her skills. Now she felt the muscles in her arms and legs tense, felt her hands curl into fists. "You think Harrison's your friend," she said. Part of her was still hoping a fight could be avoided with words, even though instinct told her it could not. "He doesn't give a shit about you, or about the men's rights movement, or about anything. He's just a coward who talks other men into fighting his battles for him." The man didn't stop. His expression didn't change. She couldn't even tell if he'd hurt her. He swung a punch, and she just barely ducked under it. She heard the whistle of air above her as his fist missed her head by inches. She backpedaled until her spine pressed against the brick wall of the building behind her. He threw another punch. She tried to dodge it, but this time he anticipated her direction. His fist connected with her right breast. Pain exploded in her chest. The air went out of her lungs. "That's right," he said. He breathed heavily through his open mouth, watching her. "Not so arrogant now, are you? I'm going to beat you to death and leave your body here. Your face won't even be recognizable." She might have asked him why if she weren't struggling with all her strength just to catch her breath. His fist shot forward. She realized 2 seconds late that it was a ruse distracting her from his leg. His boot, hard and huge, slammed into her left knee, and she crumpled to the pavement. There was a puddle of water that smelled like the dumpster. He stomped his foot in it and splashed her face. She tried to crawl away. Broken pavement raked her palms and tore up the knees of her pants. Her fingernails snapped and splintered. He kicked her hard in the gut, and she flipped over. She curled into a fetal position. "This is where I'm going to die," she thought. "Right off Walnut Street, 10 feet from a million oblivious people." "You've got this coming to you," he said. She didn't know if he was trying to justify his actions to her or to himself. She didn't care. He lifted one heavy boot over her head. Before he could stomp her skull into the street, she reached out and grabbed his other foot with both of her hands. She wrapped her fingers around his ankle and pulled with all her strength. His foot came up and he lost his balance, falling backward. There was a loud, metallic clang as the back of his head connected with the dumpster behind him. Then he was sitting on the pavement, gawking at her. "You're gonna regret that, bitch." "Oh, yeah?" She scrambled to her feet. He was bigger, but she was faster. She made a run for the mouth of the alleyway and the busy street beyond. Before she made it, he tackled her. 200 or more pounds drove her to the ground. She screamed, but her voice was driven out of her, along with her oxygen, when he landed on top of her. She struggled to crawl forward to free herself from him. One of her hands swept past something hard and rough. She looked. A brick. She grabbed it, but he grabbed her hand. His hand seemed to envelop hers. He squeezed, crushing her fingers painfully against the brick. Intense pain flared in her hand. In another moment, the bones of her fingers would snap. Desperate, she clawed at him with her free hand, but she only touched air. He grunted and squeezed her other hand harder against the brick. She felt the skin of her palm tear open. "Get off, you crazy bastard!" "My wife called me crazy. That's how she took my kids away from me. My little boys. But I'm not crazy. I'm not." Her hand continued to claw at the air. It brushed his mouth. The softness of his lips and his wet tongue repulsed her, but only for a second. Then she thrust her hand into his face, past his teeth, and stabbed her jagged, broken nails into the soft bed of his tongue. He reared back. He released her throbbing hand and grabbed her other wrist with both of his hands, pulling her fingers out of his mouth. Her hand was numb and throbbing, but she managed to maintain her grip on the brick. Twisting around, she swung it with all her strength against the side of his head. He went down. She rolled clear of him. She didn't want to look at the damage, but at the same time she did want to. Half his skull was misshapen, concave like a dented fender. The ear on that side of his head was a bloody, torn mess. One of his eyeballs bulged, and blood leaked from the tear duct. His tongue lolled from his mouth, bloody and raw-looking. A piece of fingernail jutted from it. She was pretty sure he was dead. If he wasn't, he was going to wake up wishing he was. 35. Jessie and Leary were relaxing at a coffee shop near her apartment, drinking decaf cappuccinos and reliving the excitement of the trial's first day. They both felt it had gone really well. If she could maintain her momentum through the rest of the trial and closing arguments, she was confident the jury would follow through with a guilty verdict that would put Harrison away for the rest of his life. "He can talk to his fellow inmates about men's rights till he's blue in the face," Larry said. She reached across their little table and wiped a dot of whipped cream off his nose. "Just as long as they don't give him internet access," she said. "I think Clark Harrison's online days are over." Her cell phone vibrated. She'd placed it on the table, just in case someone needed to reach her about the trial. Now it inched toward the edge of the table as it buzzed. She picked it up. "Jessica Black." As she listened to the voice on the other end of the line, the taste of coffee in her mouth turned sour. Leary must have read her expression, because when she thanked the caller and put down her phone, he said, "What happened?" "Clark Harrison escaped from his cell."
"What?"
"Apparently one of the sheriff's deputies helped him." She remembered something Graham had told her on the day of Harrison's arrest. He boasted to Emily that he had friends.
"Jesus," Leary said. "You think this deputy sheriff was someone you met on the Manpower forums? Didn't you read all of Harrison's online messages?"
The warrant covered records for the True Man account. Harrison could have had other accounts, though, other names. Who knows how many angry men he connected with on the Manpower forums using various identities.
"Are there that many angry men? I'm starting to feel like I should apologize for my gender."
Jessie shrugged. "Your gender's fine, overall. The bad ones are a small percentage of the population. But the internet makes it easy for someone like Harrison to find them." Leary pushed aside his cappuccino.
"I think I've had enough."
"Me too. Let's go back to my place." It wasn't that late, but knowing Harrison was loose made the streets feel darker and quieter than usual. Jessie caught herself peering into shadows and throwing quick glances over her shoulder. There was another couple on the sidewalk a few steps behind them, with 20-somethings, holding hands. There was a man behind the couple, walking casually, hands in his pockets. Across the street there were a few other people. A homeless man, a middle-aged woman wearing headphones. Every so often headlights lit the night and a car glided past them on the street. They passed the entrance to a SEPTA subway station. The black stairwell yawned like a cave. Jessie felt herself stiffen as they walked by, as if she were bracing herself for an attack.
"Relax," Leary said. "This is the safe part of the city."
"Are you carrying?" He tapped his hip reassuringly.
"Always."
"Good." Leary shook his head.
"You think Harrison cares about you? He's focused on one thing right now, and that's getting out of the country. He'll never make it, and his face has been all over the news. He'll be back in a jail cell so fast there will hardly be a pause in the trial."
"You think so?" His confidence was infectious, and she found herself agreeing with him. With the state of modern surveillance, fugitives rarely made it far. "I know." Leary's voice choked off. His body jerked and spasmed. He dropped to one knee and stared up at her with a stare of wide-eyed surprise. That's when she saw the cords extending from his back like tentacles. She turned around. The 20-something couple was gone. So were the homeless man and the middle-aged woman who'd been on the other side of the street. But the man who'd been walking with his hands in his pockets was still there. He'd chosen a moment when the street was abandoned. His hands were no longer in his pockets. He held a device from which the cords extended, a taser. Leary rolled on the ground, incapacitated. He opened his mouth, tried to speak. No sound came out, but his mouth seemed to form the word "run." The man tossed aside the taser and came at her. Jessie resisted the impulse to run. Leary's jacket had opened when he fell, and she could see the holster at his hip with his Glock tucked snugly inside. She crouched beside him and unbuttoned the strap on the holster. The man grabbed a handful of her hair. Pain raced across her skull. She saw Leary's arms twitch as he struggled to regain control of his body. He managed to wrap one arm around the assailant's leg, hooking his elbow against the man's ankle. The man lost his balance and let go of Jessie's hair as he fell on top of Leary. Jessie got the holster opened and yanked the gun free. She aimed it at the man's chest just as he rose to his full height. "Don't move. I'm a good shot."
"Fuck you, bitch."
The man was average-looking, about 5'10", normal weight, plain face, maybe mid-30s. He didn't look like a criminal. He was dressed in a nice pair of khakis and a button-down shirt. She thought there was something strange about the shirt, but it was hard to tell because he was wearing a jacket over it. Leary twitched on the ground, staring up at her with a helpless expression. Jessie took one hand off the Glock and pulled out her cell phone. "I'm going to call the police. You haven't done anything terrible yet. We can still sort this out." "That's what the cops told me last year when they pretended to be on my side. All I wanted to do was show a woman how much I liked her, but she called me a stalker, and a woman judge agreed. Now I have a restraining order, and I lost my job. I don't know anything about that." Jessie struggled to use her phone's touchscreen one-handed. She managed to hit 9, then 1. The man charged forward. She dropped her phone as the hand holding it instinctively joined the other around the grip of the gun. She fired 2 bullets into the man's chest, stopping him no more than a foot away from her. She smelled his bad breath as he collapsed onto the street. She bent down to pick up her phone. As she did, her eyes met Leary's. His mouth moved again as he tried to tell her something. "I can't hear you." He tried again, and a thin voice came from his lips. "Vest. He's wearing a vest." She looked up just as the man was getting to his feet again. That's why his shirt had looked strange. He was wearing a Kevlar vest underneath it. The vest had stopped her bullets. He charged at her again, and this time she wasn't able to bring the gun up to bear in time to stop him. His body slammed into hers, and she staggered backward. She had just enough time to realize he was shoving her toward the subway entrance, but not enough time to do anything about it. The back of her left shoe came down on empty air, and she fell backward down the staircase. Her body hit the concrete steps with a series of bone-jarring impacts. She let go of the gun and the phone and used her arms to protect her head. She spilled to a stop at the bottom of the stairs. Her whole body was in pain. She wasn't sure she could get up. From the corner of her eye, she saw the man descending after her. There was no one else on the subway platform. "You bitches are all the same, but you're about to get what's coming to you. There's going to be a revolution. Men like Harrison are leading the way, but there will be more, a lot more. We're taking back our lives." "You're crazy." She got onto her knees. Pain flared in her kneecaps and raced up and down her body. She crawled away from the stairs, but there was nowhere to go. A wall on one side and the edge of the platform on the other with the tracks beneath it. "I used to think that," the man said. "But now I think I'm one of the only sane people on Earth." The station rumbled. A subway train was approaching the station. Hopefully that meant people. She crawled toward the platform's edge. The man loomed over her. He seemed oblivious to the sound of the oncoming train. He reached down and grabbed her throat. "I'm going to make an example of you," he said. "I'm going to send a message." The sound of the train grew louder. She met his insane stare and knew there was nothing she could say that would stop him from his crazy mission. She knew what she needed to do if she wanted to live. She grabbed his arms. He looked surprised, but not concerned. He was bigger than her, stronger. He increased the pressure around her throat. She struggled to breathe. Her lungs burned. Black spots floated in her vision. Using the last of her strength, she twisted sideways towards the edge of the platform and pushed. He rolled over the precipice, but for several seconds his hands continued to clutch her throat. The skin of her neck stretched painfully. She slid sideways. The weight of him almost pulled her over the edge. She gritted her teeth and wrenched her body in the opposite direction. His fingers slipped off her neck, and he fell. She heard the thump as his body hit the ground. The train blared its horn. The tunnel filled with the sound of squealing brakes, but the train rushed into the station, unable to stop. Jessie squeezed her eyes closed as the engine roared in her ears and the warm wind of the speeding train blasted her face. From below, she might have heard the punch of steel plowing into a body, or she might have just imagined it. After what felt like an eternity, the train ground to a halt. She heard the buzz of an alarm. There was yelling. People surrounded her. Then she heard Leary's voice in the crowd and knew she was going to be all right. 36. Jessie tried not to limp as she walked into the courtroom. She had suffered some injuries during her fight with her attacker, mostly bruises on her neck from his attempt to strangle her, and on her arms and legs from her fall down the subway station steps, but they weren't debilitating. Graham, sitting in the front row of the gallery, looked to be equally worse for wear. She offered Jessie a sympathetic nod, and Jessie returned it. Passing through the gate, she looked at the defense table and said, "Good morning, Hiram." Brand sputtered a response that was incoherent. His usual bluster seemed to have abandoned him. Apparently, the escape of his client and the attacks that had followed were events beyond his experience, and he looked like he had no idea how to deal with them. Jessie almost felt bad for him. She was grateful to be on her side of the aisle and not his. One of the benefits of representing the state was that your client generally didn't surprise you with jailbreaks and attempted murders. Her attacker, identified as Michael Walter, turned out to be a troubled software engineer with depression and alcohol problems who had been in and out of institutions for years. Graham's attacker was an out-of-work former U.S. Postal Service employee who'd been terminated after several inappropriate outbursts at work. A search of their computers and phones revealed that they were both frequent posters to the Manpower forums. Ditto for Rick Tyler, the deputy sheriff who'd been missing since the night of Harrison's escape. All of them blamed their troubles on the women in their lives. If the courtroom had been crowded before, it was an absolute mob scene now, as every reporter and curious bystander in the city tried to cram into the room. Not surprisingly, Clark Harrison's mysterious escape from custody and the attacks on the lead detective and prosecutor on his case had led to a storm of national news coverage. A massive manhunt involving state and federal law enforcement was underway, but so far had failed to find the fugitive. With each passing hour, she knew the chances of catching Harrison lessened. Judge Sokol pounded her gavel until the room subsided into silence. "Ms. Black, I assume, given the circumstances, that you are here to request a continuance." A continuance would postpone the trial, in this case until Harrison could be retrieved, assuming he ever was. "Yes, Your Honor." Brand jumped up. He puffed out his chest. The lawyer had apparently recovered some of his bluster. He said, "Your Honor, the defense objects to a continuance." Judge Sokol arched an eyebrow. "You want to proceed in the absence of your client?" "Not at all, Your Honor. The defense moves for a mistrial. Recent events have tainted these proceedings beyond all possibility of my client receiving a fair trial." "Recent events that your client caused," Jessie snapped. Brand cringed. Desperation showed on his face. "That's beside the point. It is still the responsibility of this court to ensure a fair and impartial—" "Oh, come on, Mr. Brand," the judge chided. "You can't think I'm going to reward Mr. Harrison for his alleged criminal activities, which have brought us to this point." "I'm not asking you to reward him, Your Honor. The prosecution can charge him again at such time as—" "Denied," Judge Sokol said. "Miss Black, I am granting a continuance. This trial shall resume as soon as Mr. Harrison is back in custody, and—" a concerned expression crossed her face, "when you have recovered from your injuries." "Thank you, Your Honor." Brand shook his head, looking more bewildered than angry, and hurried out of the room. With a smile, Jessie noted his attempts to dodge the reporters. Good luck with that. As she gathered her things, Graham came up next to her. "How are you feeling?" "Terrific," Jessie said dryly, "except for the whole wrestling a man on a subway platform and throwing him in front of a train experience." "You were pretty badass, though," Graham said. "For a lawyer, I mean." "Thanks. From what I heard, you were pretty badass yourself." "Do you think he'll get away? Spend the rest of his life sipping tequila in some pueblo in Mexico?" Jessie shook her head. "I don't know. I hope not." There was a commotion at the courtroom door. Jessie looked up and saw Noah Snyder push his way through the crowd. He was heading in her direction. Great. What now? Graham crossed her arms over her chest. "Want me to get rid of him?" Jessie noticed a protective tone in her voice. "It's all right." "Jessie, I need to talk to you," Snyder said. Jessie turned to face him. At this point, the silver-haired lawyer was about the last person she wanted to see. "What is it, Noah?" "Not here," he said. He glanced at Graham, then backed up a step from her threatening stare. "Let's go to your office." They sat around a conference table in the DA's office, Snyder, Jessie, and Graham. Warren Williams and Jesus Rivera participated through the speakerphone at the center of the table, and although unannounced, Jessie didn't doubt that Rivera's advisors were listening too. Snyder had just dropped a bombshell. "You sure about this?" Jessie said. "My client is." "Manpower, LLC." "Yes." He tapped the stack of papers he placed on the table. "They're still your client?" Snyder shrugged. "For now. The remaining owners are planning to dissolve the company and shut down the website. They tell me it's because it's become clear to them that Manpower no longer stands for what they originally intended it to, real issues around men's place in society, but who knows? Probably they just don't know what to do with the company now that Von Truman is gone." "And before they shut everything down, they did this?" Jessie said, indicating the stack of papers. "Out of the goodness of their hearts." "They do have good hearts, believe it or not. It's a small company, but the whole staff worked on this."
Scouring all that data, looking for patterns around when messages were posted, which VPNs were used, similarities in usernames, piecing together the private messages, finding the conversations, setting up Harrison's escape and the attacks. They worked hard, Warren said through the speakerphone. We get it. They did all this to try to make it right, Snyder finished. Jessie picked up one of the sheets of paper and skimmed the private messages printed there. On its surface, the series of messages looked like a conversation between two forum members arranging to meet IRL in real life for a few days while one was visiting Philadelphia. But the staff at Manpower believed that one of the users was Clark Harrison, and that the other was someone agreeing to harbor him after he escaped custody. If this is true, Graham said, if Harrison is really at this location, then he never left the city. That's why no one can find him, Snyder said. He isn't running, he's hiding. Right here, in someone's house. Jessie nodded, gripping the sheet of paper more tightly. And we have the address. Once Manpower's intel was forwarded up the ranks, the authorities moved quickly. A force was mobilized, including a SWAT team and a hostage negotiation unit. They converged on a house in the Fox Chase neighborhood of Philadelphia. Located in northeast Philadelphia, Fox Chase was a suburban neighborhood of green lawns and single-family houses, the kind of place where kids rode their bikes in the street. For Jessie, entering the peaceful neighborhood in the passenger seat of Graham's car, part of a winding law enforcement caravan navigating the quiet streets, felt surreal. Of all the places where Harrison might be hiding, she never would have imagined finding him in the heart of middle-class suburbia. Graham parked, and they climbed out of her car. Putting on a Kevlar vest and a helmet, Graham joined the group that would breach the front of the house. Jessie hung back to watch the scene from the street. She'd had enough recent life-threatening encounters to last her for the foreseeable future. There was a moment of eerie stillness, the proverbial calm before the storm, when Jessie could actually hear birds chirping in the trees. Then the team at the front of the house burst the door open with a battering ram and streamed inside, announcing themselves with loud shouts of, "Police! Get on the ground! Police!" A minute later, two cops dragged a civilian out of the house. He looked like a child, a boy of 12, maybe 13. Jessie felt a sense of dread squeeze her chest. Somehow she knew, even before all of the facts could be confirmed, that this little boy was the person Harrison had befriended online and convinced to let him hide in his house. How many other kids, frustrated that the girls at school didn't return their attention, had Googled their way into the poisonous waters of Manpower's website? The thought was chilling. "Hey, that's him." Her gaze shifted away from the boy. A window at ground level on the side of the house opened, and a figure crawled out onto the grass. It was Harrison. He'd changed from his orange jumpsuit into clothes he'd probably stolen from the boy's parents, and he'd shaved off his hair in an attempt to alter his appearance, but she recognized him. He got to his feet and ran from the house. Jessie ran too. Without thinking, she judged the trajectory of his path and bolted to the point where she would intercept him. Her body slammed into his and knocked them both off their feet. Pain flashed through her already bruised body as they rolled on the ground together. Harrison came up holding a gun. She hadn't expected that, and instantly realized how foolish she'd been to go charging after a dangerous fugitive. Kneeling in front of him, she threw her arms in front of her face as if flesh and bones could stop a bullet. "I've been wanting to do this since the first time we met," he said. She squeezed her eyes closed. The crack of the gunshot was deafening. She rocked backward, thinking about Leary. She thought about her father, her brother, her mother, whom she'd lost so long ago. But she still felt the air on her face. She felt the damp grass soaking into her pants. She blinked, touched her face, and looked down at her chest. She was alive. How was that possible? How had he missed at point-blank range? Then Harrison toppled forward, and she understood. It hadn't been Harrison's gun that had fired. It had been Graham's. The detective jogged across the grass toward them. She reached a hand down to Jessie and helped her up off the ground. Together, they looked down at Clark Harrison. Graham's bullet had hit the back of his head and taken off half of his skull. His body was sprawled across blood-stained grass, not unlike the bodies of 16 cheerleaders and their coach, found on an athletic field of Stevens Academy. "You okay?" Graham said. Jessie heaved in a breath.
I am now. 37. Torchlight flickered in a gentle, salt-scented breeze. Jessie leaned back with a sigh and smiled at Leary across a little table. The beachside resort in Punta Cana, where they'd finally taken a vacation, was luxurious, relaxing, and romantic. Everything she'd hoped.
"You look happy," Larry said. "Thinking about your new status as hero of the DA's office?"
"That's the farthest thing from my mind," she said, and felt as surprised by her answer as Leary looked. She hadn't thought about the events that had led to Clark Harrison's downfall, or the praise she'd received from Jesus Rivera and Warren Williams for making the Philadelphia District Attorney's office look good, since they'd departed from the Philly airport. She hadn't thought about her job at all. Larry arched an eyebrow.
"Really? So what are you thinking about?"
She smiled. "I guess I'm thinking about how happy I am right now, about how much I'm enjoying being here with you. How about you? What are you thinking about?"
"Mostly about how good you looked in a bikini today."
She was wearing a summer dress now, one she'd bought especially for this trip. It was short and light and colorful, about as different from her usual wardrobe as possible. Leary was wearing a neon orange polo shirt and blue shorts. "You look pretty good yourself," she said. The ocean was visible from their outdoor table. Moonlight sparkled on the waves as they rolled out of the sea. The water was calm tonight, and the sound of each wave sliding up the beach and then sliding back again was rhythmic, soothing. She wanted to walk with Leary along the smooth, wet sand, holding hands and breathing the warm air. After dessert, of course. In the back of her mind, she never completely stopped thinking about work. She'd be returning to the DA's office soon enough. Jesus Rivera and Warren Williams were very happy, riding their nice, big wave of positive publicity. But she'd been around long enough to know the goodwill wouldn't last forever. You're only as good as your most recent case. She'd face a new one soon enough. But she'd be lying to herself if she pretended she wasn't looking forward to it. There were more people like Clark Harrison out there, evil people, and she needed to stop them just as she'd stopped him. She imagined that Detective Emily Graham, off enjoying her own temporary victory in the never-ending battle against crime, felt much the same way. Maybe they would work together again soon.
"Now you're thinking about work," Leary said. "I can tell."
"You caught me."
"Stop it," he said. "This is a work-free zone."
"Make me." He rose from his chair and came toward her with a mischievous grin.
"Maybe I will."
He placed his hands on her bare arms and looked into her eyes. His palms pressed the skin of her shoulders, strong and warm, and a tremor ran through her body. Then he was kissing her, and she was kissing him, and one of his hands moved to her lower back. Her body responded instantly. It still amazed her how easily he could do that to her, stir that raw attraction.
"You want to go back to the room?" he said.
"Yeah." Her voice was barely a whisper. They could get dessert another night. They had all the time in the world. This concludes Deadly Evidence by Larry A. Winters, narrated by Exie Sands. Copyright 2016 by Larry A. Winters. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Larry A. Winters and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.